Good morning, world, wherever you are. Welcome to Nakuru County, a county known for so many good things. And now we have come up again to bring you yet another spectacle. This is the fourth Athletics Kenya Betika weekend meeting, and we are live from the Afraha Stadium. And of course, get ready for an electrifying 2 days of world-class athletics here in Nakuru. And of course, this is the center stage of all that is going to happen here in the next 2 days. That is the Afraha Stadium and the newly refurbished stadium. Beautiful, beautiful green grass on the field, and of course the blue tartan track that has been fitted just to suit the international standards. And of course, athletes from across the globe will be converging at this iconic venue, aiming to hit the entry standards for the upcoming World Athletics Championships to be held in Tokyo, Japan in September. And of course, Nakuru, not just only known for being the basket of Kenya, and of course, very many great names coming from this part of the country. And of course, it is the newest city in Kenya, and of course, it's one of the newest city in Kenya, of course, after Eldoret. And of course, here, this is the home that has produced the likes of Faith Kipyegon, who will also be in attendance during this 2-day event that is happening right now. And on your screens, that is the 5,000 meters that is already underway, the first event of the day. 32 athletes will be giving you some of the names to watch out for and some of the names to look for in this event. And for the first time, this exciting spectacle will be streamed live to the audience far and wide, bringing in the magic of the Great Rift Valley to your screens, and you'll be streaming it wherever you are, courtesy of Athletics Kenya TV. And I'm Greg Mulemi. I'll be joined by Victor Gallier later on. Don't miss out on this thrilling athletics festival where all the races count. Nakuru County, of course, is special for several reasons, making it one of the most vibrant and dynamic regions in the country. And of course, if you want to know some of the beautiful, beautiful things you can find in this city of Nakuru, of course, it's the home of the famous Lake Nakuru National Park, renowned for its breathtaking landscapes and diverse wildlife. The park that is especially known for the famous flamingo population, and also the sanctuary for endangered species like the black rhino and the white rhino, and of course the proximity to the Great Rift Valley and giving it a stunning vistas and a unique ecological mix. Of course, you'll find every beautiful thing here in Nakuru. And of course, not just talking about the ecological mix. Of course, there's the athletics legacy that this famous city has already given us, and of course it has earned a reputation for being a breeding ground for world-class athletes. Of course, we've talked about Faith Kipyegon, one of the biggest names in world athletics currently. And of course, Nakuru has a lot of historical significance, rich cultural and historical roots. It played a key role during the colonial period, and of course the fascinating history that draws visitors interested in coming to this part of the country. And of course, it's an economic hub and one of the most economical, vibrant regions, of course, for agriculture. Of course, well known for horticulture and floriculture. If you pass around Naivasha, you can see all those beautiful flower farms. And of course, it's a strategic location in the Great Rift Valley, making it easy to transit and a point for every traveler that's going to the western part of Kenya, and of course going to the city, the main city, that is Nairobi. And of course, the rich cultural diversity in Nakuru makes it the best place for anyone who wants to invest, because almost every ethnic community is found in this region. And of course, these are just some of the things that make Nakuru a great place. And of course, all the factors combined make Nakuru County not only the place for a natural beauty and of course historical significance, but also a key driver to Kenya's athletic, economic and cultural legacy. But that's not all. Today we are here for athletics. Today and tomorrow, great day of athletics. Blue tartan here at the Afraha Stadium, the newly refurbished stadium. I've just walked through the tartan track. I can tell you for free, it's good, it's neat, it's up to the world athletic standards. And right now, we are just about to witness what's going to happen over the next few hours as we bring you all the live events here at the Afraha Stadium. And I can tell you for free, this is no fluke. Credit to the county government for ensuring that they put in at least a track in this place. Previously, we used to come here, of course, many athletes used to run on Maram, and it wasn't really nice. But right now, you can feel they're enjoying. Like what you're seeing on your screens is the 5,000 meters that is currently underway. 32 athletes in this one, and of course they'll be bringing home that feeling that you always watch on the international scene, in the Golden League, everywhere else. And of course, right now, it's time to bring it home. Welcome aboard. I'm Greg Mulemi. I'll be joined by Victor Gale later on. And of course, we're going to take you through every journey. Of course, the field events will also be coming up, the javelin, the throw, the hammer throw, of course, the discus, and all will also be taking place here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. Wherever you are, welcome aboard. This is Athletics Kenya, day one of the fourth Athletics Kenya Betika weekend meet. Of course, we've had several weekend meets. We were in Thika, we were at the Eliud Kipchoge Sports Complex previously. And what comes out is this growing interest of athletics in this country. And of course, just waiting to see how many entries will be there in the sprints, talking about the 100 meters. I hear there's so many entries. I think they've been, of course, they've been attracted by this track, and it's something that is gonna be very fascinating. And right now, the 5,000 meters is underway. We are trying to see who is in the front line, and of course, who is just about getting into the podium. And of course, right now with the monetary value and of course everything nice coming out, this is going to be a great day of athletics. Plenty of sunshine here in Nakuru, quite an open space, not as it was previously. I think with the new refurbishments, I think it's going to make it even better because the sunshine, of course, the humidity, of course, slight rain showers last night, making this place very, very beautiful. And of course, if you are coming to Nakuru, make sure that everything that you do fits the weather today. We've been speaking about the electrifying mood in this stadium. Of course, fans coming through, athletes coming through, and of course, everything that is going to happen here will be happening courtesy of Athletics Kenya and Betika. And you can see already we've covered a couple of events this year, and we started out with the Betika cross country in Kericho. That was on 5th of October when the season began, and we are now down to this fourth weekend meet here in Nakuru, and it's happening today and tomorrow. So many events. We're halfway in the season, and this just makes it even special because right now many athletes have now caught up with the speed they wanted. A couple of events happening even globally, and of course the Diamond League kicks off in a few weeks time, and it's something that will be very, very interesting. Of course, we're talking about the sprints, build-up and trials for the world relays will be happening next week at the Nyayo National Stadium, and these are trials for the world relays which will be happening in Guangzhou, China on 10th and 11th of May this year. So many events coming up in the next couple of weeks. Fast and Furious, of course, we begin with the 4th AK track and field weekend meet, and of course it also acts as a relay series because next week there's the sprint build-up and trials for the World Athletics Relays at the Nyayo National Stadium. We'll have the Eastern Regional Athletics Championship, the under 20 and under 18. That will be announced later on. The Desert Run, 10 kilometers in Garissa, that will be held on the 19th of April this month, of course. And the CITAM, 21-kilometer road race in Kapsabet. And of course, the Xiamen Diamond League kicks off the season at the Engret Xiamen Stadium. That is the Wanda Diamond League on 26th of April this year. So a big event coming up later on this month. Of course, we'll also have the 5th Athletics Kenya Betika track and field. We can meet at the Nyayo National Stadium before ushering in the Eldoret City Marathon and the National Youth Service Track Championships in Uasin Gishu County at the NYS in Tarbo. That is the lineup for this month, so you can expect action each and every weekend, beginning today with the 4th Athletics Kenya track and field weekend meeting here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. I'm joined by Victor, who's just walked around the stadium. He knows the topography, he knows everything that is happening around here, and he also has quite some history about this place.
Well, thank you, Greg, and a very good morning. Indeed, we are coming to you live from the Nakuru's Afraha Stadium, the iconic Afraha Stadium. Remember, this is a sports facility that has stood in this part of the South Rift even before we had the renovation of the Narok Stadium. We had so many events being held here, not only athletics events, but also other sporting disciplines. And remember, early 2021, we had a World Bank project that kickstarted the renovation of this particular sports facility. And at the time, we had Governor Lee Kinyanjui as the governor, and part of the agreement, or rather part of the works that was supposed to be put in place, was also to ensure that the tartan track was laid. And indeed, there is a very nice blue tartan track. And though the quality and its tenure may be beyond me and you, Greg, it's not ours to comment on that technical bit. But from the little expertise that we know in sports, there is a lot of works that needs to be done, and also in terms of maintenance. But the stands are okay. At least we have enough seating space for the thousands who may want to come here and look and rather watch, and also just be as fans, and ensure that they see the kings and queens of speed and the kings and queens of track here as they lock out horns and they take it out against each other to ensure that each one emerges the victor. And indeed, having this certain track, this particular meet has attracted volumes. We're talking about numbers of over 1,200. I'd say since this particular season began last year, towards the end of last year, this is probably the highest record that we've seen. And this could be attributed to the fact that there is a tartan track. And as you've just mentioned, there, especially for those that are doing the sprints, we have a couple of events lined up this year, including one that is coming up in a few weeks' time at the Nyayo Stadium. That is a sprints build-up. And indeed, most of them will be looking to see and test their speed, look at their time, hoping they'll post fast times. And also, I know also for upcoming athletes, as we've seen previously, since we'll have on the 11th of April, we're talking about next week, that is the sprints build-up and trials for the World Athletics Relay that will be held at the Nyayo National Stadium in Nairobi. Then afterwards, we'll have the Eastern Region Athletics, that is for the under 20 and under 18. But basically, what most of these athletes will be seeking to see and wanting to know is how they are going to perform on this particular tartan track. And so there's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm, as well as a mixed reaction here at the Afraha at the Afraha Stadium here in Nakuru. So indeed, for us, it's just to watch and hoping that each athlete will put their best foot forward and ensure that they clock the best times. Looking at the numbers, indeed, Greg, we are here for a very tough duel in this particular contest. Greg, take it away.
Because talking about the first event of the day, the 5,000 meters, at the Eliud Kipchoge Sports Complex, we had 36 athletes participating in the 5,000 meters final. Today, we have 32 athletes, but that does not dispel the fact that this is a huge turnout that has come here. And of course, we talked about the tartan track that, of course, you can see on your screens. One of its kind, of course, Kasarani had the blue tartan track. Machakos County Stadium had the blue tartan track. But as you say, we don't know how long this is going to last. But you look at the quality of this tartan track, it's not the same as that I saw in Machakos. This is quite good, and I think it gives the athletes the motivation that they need. And you can feel the crowd, of course, warming up for this one, the 5,000 meters, getting into the latter stages. And of course, we'll be waiting to see exactly who kicks out first. In the last Athletics Kenya weekend meet at the Eliud Kipchoge Sports Complex, we had Maureen Chepkoech Jabor of North Rift winning in a time of 15 minutes, 40.1 seconds. So today, we want to see if it's Maureen or someone else. Of course, as they hit the bell, it is the 5,000 meters, the first event of the day. We'll be giving you the full results in a bit. Of course, we'll be waiting to see also who is ready for the World Athletics Championships. Of course, the entry standards for the World Athletics Championships, the 5,000 meters, of course, we'll be giving you. And you look at how it's been lined up. It's for the 5,000 meters, 14 minutes, 50.00 seconds for the ladies. And I think right now we are well in line to know who is going to carry on the day. And of course, we talked about for the men, it will be, for the men, it's 13 minutes, 0.01 seconds. For the ladies, 14 minutes, 50.00 seconds. I think that's almost what all these athletes want to achieve here. And that is the first event of the day that has happened here at the Afraha Stadium. Is the 5,000 meters, and it is, of course, an event that always attracts plenty of reactions. I can see Peter Njoroge having some good time there, taking the photos of the winners and, of course, the podium finishers in this 5,000 meters. And we talk about sponsorships and, of course, the incentives that come with this. Betika coming in so well to ensure that everything that happens here happens professionally, and the athletes at least go home with something that we've not witnessed in the past. And right now, I think the huge turnout just shows you that there's growing interest now that there's monetary value in these events, something that never really happened. Of course, it happened, but it wasn't as good as it was. And of course, we'll be waiting to hear what these athletes who finished on the podium have to say, because this is the year we are going to Tokyo in September for the World Athletics Championship. So who is gonna carry the day? Remember, 5,000 meters, the women event, is always a Kenyan event. We've dominated the world over the last few years. We hope to continue the dominance right now. But of course, we'll be also having some interviews, a couple of interviews lined up on the track side. Charity Wanja will be there to see if she can actually grab an interview or two of some of these athletes that have finished on the podium, and it's something that is going to happen here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. So if you're joining us, we're live from the Afraha Stadium for the first time ever, bringing you the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika weekend meeting today and tomorrow. Plenty of action in athletics, track, and of course in the field, where we have javelin, discus, hammer, and of course all other field events, long jump, high jump. Of course, we'll be giving you each and every detail that you need to know about this event. So it is the 5,000 meters that has kicked us off the day, that has kicked the day off, and we'll be here waiting to see how events unfold.
Well, considering the geopolitics and the demographics of this particular part of the country, and indeed looking at the history of this historic stadium, where we had, this facility is 76-year-old, and I remember one among the biggest names that ever ran here was Robert Kibet, who ran his fastest time in 800 meters of 1:42.5 seconds. That was in 1993. So, and already we can see a couple of scribes, journalists who are based here in Nakuru County, who are also coming here. I can see Joseph Kipsang from the Standard, seasoned photographer, as well as Njoroge, amongst many others. So just to give you a history about this stadium, it is a project that began in April 2021, and it was a World Bank sponsored project, and indeed the renovation was supposed to take 18 months. So residents of this particular part of the country had to wait for a very long time, but right now the stadium is opened, and most of them just want to enjoy and see and have a feel of this Tartan track. It is the cost of renovation of this particular facility did cost over 600 million shillings, and indeed this particular track has produced a couple of athletes who've posted good times, who've posted world records, gone outside there to ensure that they represent this country well and put Kenya on the world map. And we finished the 5,000 women's race, and as we await for the umpires and also the officials to ensure that give us who has won the race and who is waiting. Perhaps Greg, just a commentary on, just a comment on the sprints. Last week we had you'd say it's the penultimate of the sprints in Jamaica, and such events are what produced the big names. We called of Carter. We had Usain Bolt, of course, Tyson Gay, my favorite, Johan Blake. And I remember we were watching a clip, me and you, and there was a false start. But there was this particular athlete whose focus was on the finish line. And he sprinted and went and went. And he was almost 20 meters into finishing. And it was a photographer who signaled him and told him that, hey, bro, you're running on your own. Can you look behind? There's no one else who's chasing you. And probably this particular lad knew he was going to win. I don't know. What were you to say about the enthusiasm and the zeal? And we have the second final of the 5,000 meters race. Remember, this particular race has attracted a lot of athletes, and the coaches here, the officials here, decided to have a split final so that they can decide on who clocks the best times and who proceeds forward. This is now, they are coming past the 200-meter mark towards the 100-meter mark. At first, at this particular juncture, you cannot quite tell the leading pack because they are still together. But you can see a lot of new entrants, new names, new athletes who are coming. And indeed, this particular Nakuru event has really attracted good numbers. Greg, your comment on this athlete who decided to sprint and left the others alone.
Yeah, you talked about new entrants. I've just seen Naomi Korir in the mix there. So this will be quite competitive. And of course, the athletes passing in front of us, of course, getting... of course, they have to go through that ADAC tent. Remember, the news that came in the other day is that many athletes risk being locked out of the Tokyo 2025 World Athletics Championships. And of course, Athletics Kenya President Lieutenant General retired Jackson Tuwei warned that athletes who have not undergone at least one out of competition test by 25th of May will be ineligible to compete at the World Athletics Championships. So the athletes that are here, those that are watching from home, those that will be competing elsewhere, have to ensure that they at least get tested in this out of competition mode. And you talked about the clip that we watched yesterday, of course, when we were coming down here in Nakuru. It was really interesting because I look at it from an athlete's point of view. I think the concentration levels were, let's say, 101 or something like that. So all his focus was on his lane, just looking at. Of course, he was in lane number one, so he wanted to be number one. He wanted to carry this. But then I think also the noise in the stadium might have also confused him because they normally say that before the gun goes off, you have to make sure that the stadium is still and everybody keeps their concentration levels at the highest of possible level. Sorry to say that. But then I'm looking at this athlete. He ran, of course, almost 60 meters just to realize that he was running alone. That's quite ridiculous. And it's like he never cared who was on his left or on his right. So it was something that was hilarious. But in such a case, he wasn't disqualified. But it is another athlete who was disqualified. But when we looked clearly and closely at that clip, there was nothing much to say that he warranted a disqualification. And what happens in such incidences is that an athlete can run under protest when such things happen. So these are some of the things we learn on a day-to-day basis because we've witnessed even athletes run under protests. Even here, I was in Mumias for the first leg of this series, and of course I witnessed a couple of races having athletes run under protest. And something that comes out is that only a few make a cut, because you find that when you run under protest, you run in there's a lot of pressure. Everyone is looking at you. You're not able to perform. But I remember there's a time Mr. Boniface Mueres ran under protest. It was Alphonse, yeah, and he actually made it. And it's something that, of course, people talked about over a long period of time. So such things may happen, and we'll be waiting to see what happens. But then, of course, we'll be waiting to see if we can have a couple of interviews with Charity and something that will be happening later on. as the 5,000 meters second final takes place. And this will be happening here. And of course, we'll have the podium finishers talk to us about what they feel about today, what they have to talk about, the future events, and of course, everything that is happening. So, as we wait for, of course, Charity to give us the direction, I think we can just interview them from this booth, because it is one thing, of course, a privilege to have these athletes talk near us, not on the track, Charity. And if you can just get them here, give us a feeling of what they feel about the track, of course, being the first time you're running on a tartan track here in Nakuru, and of course, winning the first final of the 5,000 meters.
Thank you so much, Greg. The athletes are saying they're enjoying it. It's the first tartan track event for the season, and that is why we have a huge number of turnout of athletes. We have about 1,200 of them, which also advise the organizers on how to rearrange the program to ensure that some of the long distance events are not going to end a bit late. For example, the Steeplechase event that was supposed to end today will be moving up until later in the day. And then we also have most of the athletes actually who are here are the sprinters. Remember that next month we have the World Relays Championships that will be held in Guangzhou, China. So most of them want to ensure that they can be able to clock faster times when they go to a certified field like Nyayo or Kasarani. They'll be able to qualify for the relays.
Talking about the relays, of course, the sprints, plenty of athletes expected to participate in the sprints and everything. And the expectations are really high, this being the World Relays Championship month. You look at the number of athletes coming into this, let's say the fourth series of the weekend meet, and then you look at next week we are having the trials for the World Relays. What comes into your mind? The huge turnout, or of course having a quality squad that will represent the country in Xiamen?
This time round, I'm a bit confident of the quality of the sprinters that we'll be having, because we have we've been having the likes of Bingwa Fest going on, which has been keeping them constantly active. So you will find that when we went at Kapsabet, most of them were almost in shape, right in time for the world world indoors, although not many who managed to go. And then we had them competing at a high altitude, and their performance was quite impressive. We also had the likes of Kina Fandidan competing in Uganda and also being able to improve and keeping up with their training program. So this time around, I'm confident we'll be having more athletes qualifying in various categories.
Talking about the relays, we just by a whisker missed out at participating in the Olympics, and I know you are really excited about it. This time around, we talked to the likes of Kelvin Kiprop. What do you think they need to do to ensure that at least they finish also in the top 14 and make it to the World Championships?
Yesterday, I had a chance to grab Zablon Ekwam, Meshak, and then there was also Mercy Chebet from the police, our wonderful upcoming young lady sprinters. What their target is, they need to qualify and they need more races to be able to make it. For Meshak, he was saying that him competing last year for the first time, representing Team Kenya in such a big global event, he was so excited, and he didn't believe that finally I'm here, that I'm able to compete with the stars that I watch on TV. So what he basically said, that he needed more exposure, he needed more races for him to develop the confidence that he needs. For Ekwam, who was out after Paris because of a calf injury, he's saying that he's okay, he's doing well, and he's looking forward to also qualifying, and then he's up on his training. Mercy, she said that she'll be looking to clock faster time. He has set our own season best at Afraha, or Afraha season best. And then when they go for the trials, maybe at Nyayo or at Kasarani, she'll be able to meet the time that is required. She's been preparing, taking advantage of the local competition that has been going on to ensure that she is at par and sharpening on her skills.
Sharpening the skills, and of course having a huge number. You've talked about 1,200 athletes having their entries in this fourth series of Athletics Kenya Betika weekend meet. Of what significance is this? And of course, first of all, what time did you finish, you guys? Because up to now we are still struggling to find the correct start list. What time did you finish, guys? First of all,
Hey, yesterday was a tough time. Yeah? We finished around 9. We ensured that every athlete that had turned out has been given their proper bib, and they are going to be able to compete today. So no one was turned back. Until the last athlete was served. That is when we packed our things and went. And the start list is what advised the program. So the changes that were being made there was because so that some event, maybe when they saw that the organizers, when they saw most of the events have sprinters, you will find that some of the short distance races have been moved today, because initially on the registration form, not many were registered. In the morning, we had a few athletes coming, and then they all came together from 1 p.m. from all regions. They arrived a bit at the same time, all of them. So I would advise for the athletes, if they would make it at least a bit early. And also, of course, yesterday they were also being tested for doping, especially I would see ADAC guys grabbing sprinters who are coming, perhaps because of the event for next month.
you talked about ADAC, and of course, the Athletics Kenya president, retired General Jackson Tuwei, gave out a warning to athletes who have not at least tested one out of competition test, that they have up to the 25th of May or risk missing out in the World Athletics Championship roster. These athletes, too many of them, do they have this information, and are they really responding to this?
I would like to tell you that the athlete and the technical support staff, they were all informed. In fact, the program started last year in October. We'll be having Dr. Martin later on from ADAC telling us more about the program and the athlete compliance requirement, about Rule 15. He'll be talking more on what the athletes must do. And you remember President Tuwei said, if the athlete has missed the first deadline of 25th May, they'll be declared ineligible to compete in Team Kenya. So we're looking forward to see more details of what will be said and what the athlete need to do, because we are doing everything possible for the information to reach them out there.
And of course, those not in attendance today will be, of course, informed on how they are going to do these tests. And ADAC is here to ensure that everything that they do is up to standards. And of course, the World Athletics Championships coming out in September from the 18th. And we've also talked about a couple of things. With 3 laps to go in the 5,000 meters, it's now down to 5 athletes. And of course, as you hear, it's been a hectic night trying to get all these athletes ready for today, making sure that they are all in good shape to ensure that each and everyone also participates in this one. But that is the leading pack in the 5,000 meters as they go to hit the second last of course, the second last lap of this 5,000 meters. It's just one of the events that has been lined up. Of course, we'll have the 100 meters, the 200 meters, the 400 meters, the 800 meters, the 1,500 meters. Of course, the 5K for the men will be coming up tomorrow. The 10,000 meters, and of course, the 3,000 meters steeplechase. Beautiful track here. We'll be waiting to see who competes in that one as we aim to reclaim our past glory. Of course, Sofiane El Bakali has really made sure that we are suppressed in the 3,000 meters steeplechase. And of course, right now it's time to reclaim our patch and of course get back to our patch. Is it going to happen this time round? We'll be waiting to see. But then it is the 5,000 meters second hit of the final. And Victor, you've just been going through some of looking at some of the names that have dominated in the past in this 5,000 meters, and I know you'll be looking at the past performances. I'm looking at the Olympics where we won the gold in Paris, and of course that was a total dominance from Beatrice beating Faith Kipyegon, who previously had the world record that was later on taken away from us by the Ethiopians.
Uh, Indeed, 5,000, according to what the athletes are saying. I mean, I was here early enough and I had a banter chat with some of the athletes. Some of them, close associates, some of them are friends. There's one lap to go, and we have a leading pack of 5 athletes who are leading. And the athletes feel that it is time for Kenya to reclaim its glory, not only in the women's race, but also in the men's race. They hope that more qualify and more post faster times and ensure that when it goes to the world stage this time round, we are going to write history and ensure that we are world beaters. As we see the leading pack, they are breaking away. 300 meters to go, 250 meters to go. You can clearly see the dash. They are the last dash. The stamina, the adrenaline, and this athlete did not relent. And already you can clearly see and guess that who is going to be the winner. And you can hear the cheers from her comrades, her friends, and her teammates as well. And the 5,000 meters women's race has just ended. That is the second final. And as we await for the side interview by our colleague Charity, the second athlete is coming, the third athlete is coming. And indeed, you can see the burnout on the athletes. It was not an easy one, especially for this particular heat. It seemed to be, or rather, it was a faster heat compared to the faster heat. It was a fast heat compared to the fast heat. So for this particular race, a total of 36 athletes did register for it, being drawn from the Athletics Kenya affiliates. And we have Diana Chepkemoi in a time of 15 minutes, 41.84. Daisila Gerono in a time of 15 minutes, 42.91. And Dorcas Chepkemoi in a time of 15, 45.56 seconds. Coming as the winner. Well, as the officials get their bib numbers, which is a procedure of such an event, the athletes are being given water. And of course, we have ADAC, the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, which ensures that all athletes, all sportsmen and women run clean or take part in sports in a clean manner. Well, a little bit of a cloudy morning here at the Afraha Stadium. In a short while, we'll have the last semi-final of the women's 5,000 meters race. And as I had mentioned earlier, that's why we are not beaming those images live to our viewers. And remember, we're coming to you live from the Afraha Stadium. This is the fourth meet of the Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Weekend Meet that is being held here in Nakuru County at the newly built, the newly refurbished Afraha Stadium.
onto the 100 meters hits. And Esther Mbagari running from lane number 7, emerging victorious in heat number 1. Tactical race from the queen of the track in this country, the national record holder in this distance. She eased through from lane number 7 to win that one. It's 20 minutes to 10 o'clock. We are here on day 1 of the Athletics Kenya Betika 4th weekend meet, and we are bringing you all the action live from the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru, and we are now ready for the second heat. Yvonne Mangala, Diana Kisa will be running in lane number 8. That is heat number 2 of the 100 meters. Watch out for Lucia Williams from South Sudan. She'll be running in lane number 3. So that's the second heat. So more in lane number 1, Lucia Williams in lane number 2. Lane number 3, Stella Mutua, Ryle Masinde, Yvonne in lane number 5, Diana Kisa in lane number 6, and Sophia Williams in lane number 9. So the second heat of the 100 meters is just about to get underway. So we are ready for heat number 2 of the 100 meters. And it's all happening here at the Afraha Stadium. Watch out for Lucia Williams in lane number 2. Diana Hissa in lane number 6, another prominent name. And of course, Yvonne in lane number 5. And Maureen in lane number 1. So it is the second heat of the 100 meters. .46 sprinters, and of course each one aiming to make it to the next stage. So they'll have a restart for this one. And one thing that makes this special is the crowd that has come down here at the Afraha Stadium. And if you're joining us, of course, we had 2 finals in the 5,000 meters, kicking us off on this beautiful Friday morning. And now it's up to the 100 meters, a race that has been dominated by Esther Mbagari in the recent past. And off they go smoothly. Watch out for Lucia Williams off the blocks. She goes very nicely. Diana Hissa trying from the outside, but then it is Lucia Williams who's always shown that she's ready to dominate. Just edges about Yvonne to finish up first in this second heat of the 100 meters. We're back for the third heat of the 100 meters, and of course, we've been speaking about some of the events that have already happened. Estambagari winning the first heat of the 100 meters in a style of her own. Of course, she's the national champion over the 100 meters. Of course, holds the national record in the distance. Lucia Williams of team for this year's weekend meet. And we're talking about the 100 meters, the likes of Estambagari, who've always been on the top. They'll be aiming to see if they can actually attain the qualification time for the World Athletics Championships to be held in Tokyo, Japan. 11.07 seconds is the standard entry time for any athletes who wants to take part in the Tokyo World Athletics Championships to be held in September. But then only 48 quotas allocated for that prestigious biannual event. So who is it going to be? Estambagari, of course, in her previous interviews, she's shown how important it is to close down the times, and I've just been looking at some of the results that were posted in the past meets. The Elite Kipchoge Sports Complex had a couple of athletes running in the 100 meters. Brenda Masiza, 12.3, of course, way off attaining that time. But then the closest we had was, of course, Estambagari, 11.9. So it is very interesting, and we'll be waiting to see who actually attains that. And Estambagari has always expressed her interest to ensuring that she is on that plane to Tokyo, Japan. But then, yet again, we are just about to have a couple of interviews, and Charity Wanja is lining up the interview. So Charity, if you are ready, you can take it away. Waiting for Charity. So we await for Charity to get ready, and of course those are athletes waiting to compete in the third heat of the 100 meters. So experienced athletes here. So if you're joining us, we are live from the Afraha Stadium on the Blue Tartan for the first time, bringing you the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika Weekend Series. The athletes taking a breather.
Thank you so much, Mulemi, as we continue and prepare for the other heats for the 100 meters. In the meantime, I'm joined here by Dr. Martin Yauma, Head of Education and Research at the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya. Dr. We have Rule 15 that we have to comply with. What are some of the requirements that the athlete must do right now before we go for the Tokyo World Championships?
Thank you very much, Charity, for giving us this opportunity and also giving ADAC the platform to be able to communicate to the sports fraternity and more specifically in athletics, because that's where now our prowess as a country is. As you all know, and as the way things are now, according to the World Athletics, Kenya has been categorized into Category A. And this means that this is the category of countries that have been placed with high propensity of doping. So then that means we are at very high risk in terms of the categorization. And therefore, for us to be able to participate in any event on the international stage that is sanctioned by World Athletics, then there are certain rules and regulations that we are supposed to adhere to. And some of the stipulated requirements in the rules include: one, our athletes have to undergo a very robust anti-doping program. And in the anti-doping program, they must undergo testing, and basically testing for deterrence, and testing for prevention, and testing for catching the cheats. And in testing, it is stipulated that an athlete, before you compete in an international competition, you must undertake 3 out-of-competition tests. Out of competition. That means when there is no competition. And then, of course, as we prepare you to get into the competition that is stipulated. And also, all athletes are supposed also to undergo at least 3 mandatory anti-doping education. Then that means they have to be educated. And it's in the mantra of the anti-doping agents to ensure that the first encounter for any athlete should be through creation of awareness and information sharing. So they have to be educated, they have to understand the rules and regulations, they have to understand the code and what is expected of them, their rights and responsibilities, so that then when testing comes, they are all aware of what is supposed to happen. And therefore, because of that, we have put in place very stringent structures and very stringent mechanisms to ensure that this is fulfilled. We managed to do that for the Paris Olympics. We were able to test and we presented a clean team to the Olympics. And in the same mantra that we want to ensure that those athletes who are going to represent Kenya in the upcoming World Championships will be a clean team. And therefore, we are ongoing with the program of testing them. We have gotten a list of athletes from Athletics Kenya of about 400 athletes who are probables for the Olympics, for the World Championships, and are preparing for it. And out of the 400, we have those who are already in our registered testing pool, and we have about 90 athletes who are not in our registered testing pool. So we have created 2 platforms. One is there is the platform of anti-doping administration management system, which those athletes who are in the registered testing pool have already been onboarded on that platform, and therefore they are giving us their whereabouts. So we have encouraged them. We had a press conference together with AIU and AK and ADAC this week, and we have encouraged them to ensure that they update their whereabouts as quickly as possible and to give us accurate information. And we have sent out our officers in the field to make sure that they meet them, so that if they have challenges navigating through the system, we are able now to help them to be able to update the system. There are those who are not in the registered testing pool. We have created a platform that has been created by Athletics Kenya, and we have sent the links to them. They are supposed to update their whereabouts on that platform, so that then we can be getting the feedback from them. So what we are urging them is when they change their locations, please let them update, because that's what we are using to make sure that we are able to locate them accurately and be able to test them. They have to undergo 3 out of competition, a minimum of 3 out of competition tests, so that then they can be able to qualify. The deadline for the first test is supposed to be 24th of next month, which is May 2025. And therefore we have remained with some few athletes whom we are chasing. We have about 25 who have not updated the whereabouts. So we are trying as much as possible so that by next week we have all the whereabouts from the 25, so that in the next 3 weeks we are able to make sure that all the athletes have undergone at least 1 test, so that by 24th we are closing that chapter. We are getting into the second round of the second test. Those ones who would not have undergone the second and third, we will make sure that by the time these athletes leave the country, they have undergone proper education, proper testing, and they're able now to represent the country. And those ones who will only those ones who will emerge clean from these tests are the ones who will represent the country in the upcoming World Championships that's going to happen this year. So those are the rules that they have to adhere to be eligible to represent the country. Yeah.
I know some of our international athletes who are outside the world are watching us right now, and maybe for those who are nearing the qualifying time for Tokyo World Championships, what is the procedure that is being undertaken to ensure that they do not miss on the testing requirement and they can be able to make it to Team Kenya?
We are much aware and cognizant by the fact that some of our athletes are outside the country. There are some athletes who are in Japan. There are others who are in the United States. There are others who are in some other countries in Europe. So we have worked with Athletics Kenya to map them out. First of all, we are carrying out online education sessions for them. We are considering even sending our officers to those countries so that they can have physical education sessions. the good thing about the anti-doping program is a global program, and therefore we are now liaising with our other colleagues in other national anti-doping organizations. For example, in the USA we have USADA, in Japan we have the anti-doping organization for Japan, we have other anti-doping organizations in other jurisdictions in the countries in Europe, so that they can be able to conduct tests for us. We also have accredited sample collection institutions that have been accredited. For example, IDTM, we have, there's another one, I think I forgot the name, which we are using. They are in those jurisdictions, so we are conducting them once, and if they are part of the probables that Athletics Kenya has given to us, we have already mapped them and we are reaching them for testing. There are some who have already been tested. We had a little bit of a problem with those in the jurisdictions in the US, and mostly those who stay in the universities, because they updated their whereabouts, but we were not able to, we had a problem reaching them because of the stringent rules that have been put in place by universities in terms of just for safety and safeguarding. And therefore we have already had a communication, we had a meeting with all the coaches there, and we have agreed on the way forward so that then we can reach them as quickly as possible. So we're trying all the best to make sure that any potential athlete that has capacity to represent the country, whether you are in the country or outside the country, we are able to reach you and we will be able to test you so that then you become eligible to participate. What I'm just urging to them, let them cooperate with the anti-doping program. When the testing officers reach them with the various jurisdictions, let them make sure that they submit themselves for the doping control process, so that that's what's going to make them to be eligible. Yeah.
Perhaps for an athlete whom you've not yet been able to reach out to, how can they be able to reach out to you and also be included among those who are updating the whereabouts, also in the testing pool?
First of all, the list for probables is coming from Athletics Kenya. So let these athletes go contact Athletics Kenya, so that Athletics Kenya can get their timings, and making sure that all their timings are being captured by Athletics Kenya, because that's the only route that that information will reach us, because we will not get information directly from the athlete, because it's a federation which is governing that sport. So they have to go through Athletics Kenya, and every week Athletics Kenya is working together with us to update the list. So every time they get the information, they are able to update us. But what we are saying is that we want all this information to be with us by, I think, 15th of this month, so that then we have ample time, at least for those ones whom we will not have reached, at least 3 weeks to be able to reach them, because if they're outside the country, then it becomes very difficult for us to navigate, because then we have to contact our sister national doping organization, and sometimes it depends on on the availability. If they are not available because they are also doing their work testing others, then it becomes a problem. So we need adequate time. So this is the clarion call that all athletes who are seeing themselves having the potential to represent the country to contact Athletics Kenya with immediate effect, so that by next week we have this information and we start acting on it as quickly as possible.
You've seen part of the requirement is for ADAC to conduct education for the athletes. Have you started the first round?
Yes, we have started the first round of education, and it has been a continuous program, because we are very lucky, because we are still implementing the enhanced anti-doping program for athletics only. So we've already mapped out the athletics fraternity, the whole country, especially the hotspot areas, and we have continuously undertaken that anti-doping education. And we are very lucky, because the 400 athletes, and most of them who are in the RTP, we normally conduct quarterly education sessions, and this time round we are now even reaching them in their respective camps. We are sending out our officers in their respective camps and reaching them, making sure their whereabouts are updated. We have created a WhatsApp group for them. Even today, I made a communication to that WhatsApp group that if there are any athletes who are in the RTP and they are coming here, and they have problems understanding and doping information, we have our tent placed here at the finish line. They can come, and then we have our officers who can be able to support them. So it's going to be a continuous process, and by the time we get to that level, even some athletes, we will have met them even 10 times. 10 times. So we are trying as much as possible to make sure that they have the information so that they can make informed decision as they prepare for the championship that is coming.
For my last question, some of us, when we see an athlete has been banned, we get more worried that we're going to be banned as a country. Is the number of cheats being caught right now going up or down?
Basically, the numbers are within reasonable levels. As I had indicated in the close of last financial year when we had a meeting with journalists, if you do the calculations, if you compare the number of tests that you are undertaking, because we are undertaking almost 4,500, and this year we might even spike more, maybe more than 4,500. You might find that probably in a year, the people that we will get cheating, those whom we are calling incorrigible, those who don't want to listen to us, and they think that they can try that, and we get them, probably they are less than 2%. And if you calculate, extrapolate it worldwide, that's basically even the number. If you do the average of what WADA gets globally, that's basically the number. So we are within those ranges, and therefore we are not worried about it. The program is working. And World Athletics is happy with the program. You saw the president coming into the country, and he expressed happiness in the program. AIU, at the moment, we are working together, making sure that if there are any gaps, we are able to fill them. And so far, as we move on with the program, the number of those who we are catching to have cheated is going down and down and down. What we are realizing right now is that there is a trend that is growing up of athletes who are trying to mask. Okay, they are using a mask to be able to cover what they will have taken as a prohibited substance, and we are unmasking that mask as we speak right now. Even yesterday we had reports of about 4 whom we had masked. I'll not mention the name because the process of results management is going on. We want to give now a warning, because now this is a trend that has started and it's emerging, that if you mask, we will still get you, because that mask is part of the prohibited list. Okay? So we will continue educating, we will continue sending out warnings and messages, and what we are telling the cartels, because these are the ones who might be giving these athletes pressure to use these prohibited substances, cheating them that they will not be caught, to refrain from it, because now we have expanded our intelligence coverage. We are now in the field more than we were before, and we will be able to catch up. So by the time we are done with this program, I'm quite confident, I'm quite sure that we will emerge as a clean country, and we are working as much as possible so that World Athletics can get us out of category A. The sooner we get out of that category, the better for us as a country.
Thank you so much. I'm wishing you all the best, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Asante.
That was Dr. Martin Yauma talking about the Rule 15, the requirement for the athletes that they need to do before registering for the World Athletics Championships. That will be in September from 13th to the 21st in Tokyo, Japan. And then he also warned the athletes who are trying to mask what they are using as a way to evade being caught for doping. He's saying that he's sending a strong message that they should know that the masking is part of the process of doping also. He's saying that the education is still going on, and he's saying that for the athletes who are probable and they have not been reached out, should work with Athletics Kenya, consult with Athletics Kenya, and ensure that for the final list that will be, for the final test that will be done on the 25th of May, that the athletes have been tested for the first deadline. Over to you, Mulemi and Victor, as we continue with the men's 100 men heats.
Thank you, Charity. That's been a long interview. Charity is speaking to an ADAC representative, telling us more about what athletes need to do, how to respond, and of course, when to do the tests. We've been talking about the athletes having that window until the 25th of May before they or risk being locked out of participating in the World Athletics qualifiers. That of course, the mandatory out of competition test has to be done by the 25th of May. We've been told about everything that you need to know. And of course, I talked about the cartels that have been trying to block efforts by ADAC to ensure that there's clean running. And of course, it's one of the campaigns Athletics Kenya has been fronting ever since. And Kenya has over again ensure that each and every athlete participating in these competitions is clean. And we're now shifting our focus to the 100 meters of men hits. Of course, one hit already done, and right now it's hit number 2. And we are seeing a lot of rookies in this one, and this tells you the excitement that is there in the sprints. Remember, next week, on this very on Friday next week, Friday and Saturday, there'll be the sprints build-up and trials for the World Athletics Relays at the Nyayo National Stadium. So the sprint season has just begun, and of course here we are just about to witness the second heat of the 100 that just goes underway. And watch out in lane number 4. Comes smoothly, but then that's tactical, really tactical, and I think it's just one way of ensuring that they do the dominance in this race. And I can see a lot of athletes representing the National Police Service, and Eric Kimathi, of course, emerging victorious in that hit. Eric Kimathi, of course, born in 2004, young man, 21 years of age, winning hit number 2 of the 100 meters here at the Afraha Stadium, and ensuring that the police dominance over the distance continues. Can see Angwenyi Gichana walking so majestically, one of the most experienced journalists in the athletics field. But if you're joining us, we're back in action here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. A short break, of course, that was culminated by the World Indoor Championships, which I can say we didn't really perform according to expectations, but then it was a good build-up for the season that we can say has just begun in the best possible way. So Eric Kimathi, winner of the second heat of the 100 meters. You can see him smiling just a little bit, and because he knows that he's done exactly what the coach wanted him to do, and here he is, the winner, and qualifies to the next round. Of course, we've been talking about standard entry times. 10.00 seconds is the time required for any athlete to make it to Japan later on in the year. But from this long list, I'm sure there'll be a couple of things to point out as the day progresses. 48 quarters, but 10.00 seems to be a very slow time by going by the standards right now, Victor.
Well, the use of the tartan track also is a factor to consider. And indeed, we'll have to wait for the final call, for the final race, just to know who indeed did post that time. Going by the second heat, I'd say it was a fast one compared to the first heat, where we had Kimathi Eric of the Kenya Police team running in lane 4, and he did a sprint from the start all through to the tip. On your screens now, we have the second heat of the third heat rather of the men's race. They are taking the blocks. There seems to be final call and communication from the umpires, and they're back to the blocks, just ready. You can see everyone getting ready, preparing themselves, perhaps talking to your maker, for those who believe in divine intervention. Having your last minute, and it's all silent. Athlete on lane number 8 is being told to move their hands behind, and anytime from now the race will begin and the gun will sound. There goes the gun. And you can see athletes take off in lane number 5, rather lane number 6. The bib 021 did sprint from the start to the finish. You can see from his physique, indeed, he really had prepared, and he did not come here to joke. Omondi Juma from Nairobi, born 1999. He did emerge the winner of this race. I can see in the field Paul Mutui, one of the officials of Athletics Kenya. For today, I know in most of the athletes will be thinking and imagining and hoping to clock the 10, or rather do a sub 10 seconds, 10.00 seconds, just to ensure that they get considered for the world release. And the tension is high, looking at the screens, looking at the athletes at the starting line. Looking at the athletes at the starting lineup, you can clearly see that so this is the fourth heat. This is the fourth heat. The winner of the third heat was Tyson Omondi. Tyson Omondi Juma. There they go onto their blocks, getting ready for their fourth hit of the day. The newly laid tartan track of Nakuru Afraha Stadium has really attracted numbers in this sprint. We are having close to 120 sprinters, and this is a record high in all the athletics meets that we've been to, that we've seen, from Mumias, from Kapsabet, from Thika, and off they go, off their blocks. That is Robinson Motende from in lane number 7. Clearly wins it. Robinson Motende of Kenya Defence Forces. The winner of heat number 4 is Robinson Motende of Kenya Defence Forces. And indeed, Greg, the officials are trying to really hurry up the program, because I can see once this particular heat goes, the athletes are ready. The next batch of athletes is already near the block. Once this one goes, the next. So indeed, they also want to be time, considering the demographics of this particular town and county, and we might have some downpour in the afternoon. So they really do not want the weather conditions, or rather the climatic conditions, to interfere with the day's program, considering the number of athletes who've registered, hoping to also ensure that tomorrow the program is a bit minimal, and the program perhaps ends early, so that we can have athletes who are traveling to far places, to Eldoret, rather to other parts of the country, just have time to travel and arrive safe and on time. Greg, I'd say this is my town, my home, my town. I grew up in this town. I schooled in this town. And I didn't have a debut in those days when we didn't have a start and track. I used to sprint as well. And stop doubting me, man. I represented this province, and remember that year we had the nationals for the secondary schools at Mangu High School. I don't want to mention the year, but I did finish in position 6. So, and I did not clock a very bad time considering I was a rookie. I mean, at that tender age, I was not past 20 years, but I was running for my school as well as my province. So, having seen this sports facility grow over the years, and when we look at the notable names that have come here, looking at even some of the, in terms of other disciplines, some of the home teams that have used this facility, as we had Nakuru All Stars at some point, though it, I think they're back. They are either in one of the Division 2 or Division 1. I'm not so sure about that. We had the in Division 1. We had also Ulinzi Stars. They also used this, the days of Amoka, the days of Baraza, when they were using, when Benjamin Nyangweso was the coach. So indeed, this is a sports facility that has great and significance history. A facility that has been there for 76 years. I don't know what you have to say about this, Greg.
You talked about the history of Nakuru. 2010, when Ulinzi Stars won the National Football League title, it was this place was buzzing, especially on the rainy afternoons here at the Afraha Stadium, and it's a facility that, of course, as we say, has a long history. 76 years is not a short time. None of us has achieved that yet. So this history spans to decades and decades, over 7 decades. And of course, it being upgraded to actually meet the modern standards is something that I can say is really, really commendable. Talked about Faith Kipyegon, one of the big names to come out of this city. It was a town, but now, right now, it's a city. That shows you that there is vibrance both economically and, of course, sports-wise. It's a place where stars have been born, stars have been bred, and of course, stars have been made. And of course, here today, the first time on this tartan track, it's something that gives the athletes the buzzing effects of everything. And of course, right now, we just about to witness the 5th heat of the 100 meters. That is coming into action right now, and it's taken off, of course, looking at who is trying to steam away from the rest of the field. I think it's an athlete from the National Police Service. Once again, them showing the dominance in this race, and of course, it will be, I think it is Sylvester Simiu, who did really well in Mumias, and I see him also coming to spread that dominance here. So Sylvester Simiu, just about edging Tony Wekesa and Samuel Obom to win the 5th heat of the 100 meters. It's thick and fast, of course. We are just about to witness yet another hit. It's going fast and furious. In heat number 6, we'll have Stenbridge, Rono, Emmanuel Laptey. Watch out of Kennedy Loan in lane number 3. Kennedy John, sorry. Martin Mulili, Joshua Leson, Otuoma Shikinda Hesbon, Ochieng of the National Prison Service, and of course Clinton Aluvid. So this is the lineup for heat number 6, and of course in heat number 5, Sylvester Simiu emerging the winner, joining the likes of Eric Kimathi, who are also athletes who progressed to the next level. So heat number 5 won by Sylvester Simiu, another upcoming sprinter who's shown over the years that he has what it takes to actually win a race here. So Sylvester Simiu, winner of heat number 5, and look at how confident he was, and he just steamed away from the rest of the field, just about edging Tony Wekesa, and these two have been doing this from the first leg of the series. So So Sylvester Simiu, winner of heat number 5.
On to heat number 6, and we have Stembridge Rono. Well, the name is a little bit mouthful in there. Bib number 174, Emmanuel Larpe, bib number 812, Kennedy John in 317, bib 317, Martin Mulili in bib 041, Joshua Nelson in bib 1133, Otuona Shikinda in bib 1172, Hesbon Ochieng in bib number 864, and Clinton Aluvi in bib number 441. That is heat number 6. Hesbon Ochieng is an athlete from the Kenya Prison Service, so he will be representing his team, which is an affiliate of Athletics Kenya. Also a seasoned athlete, having been in the team for years, and there is silence in the field, and anytime from now, the guns are going to sound, and off they go. You can see at how Hesbon Ochieng took off sprinting forward, bib number 864. But there is competition from Clinton Aluvi, and Clinton did just overtake him while crossing the line. That was a very tight one, and the first one as well, Greg.
You know, I didn't expect someone of Hesbon's experience to actually check over his shoulder when he was just about to finish the race. So he goofed there. I think he panicked in the sense that he never expected Clinton to come from the outside and overtake him with just about 10 means a lot to him, especially beating a seasonal runner like Hesbon, who just about got shocked with that result.
You can actually see the body language after crossing the finish line of Hesbon, smiling and probably trying to say something towards Aluvi. And as I always say, this is the point where in future we need to have a microphone, as we always see in football, because this is the point where the athletes react. That instant reaction after the race, that's when the athlete will say this or that. And to me, that is a very natural reaction that for scribes as well. For scribes that can also give you a story that can lead, you know. Now you can imagine if, okay, now we have hit number 7 and off they go. There seems to be a problem there. And I noticed the athlete in lane number 1 did take an early lead. I don't think he waited for the gun. But that is not for me to decide. But probably if you have the replay, me and you can assess it.
The athlete in question is Meshak Babu, of course, very experienced Kenya Defence Forces. He took off just at the start of the gun. I think the experience that comes in with that, because some are like, let's wait for the delay, something like that. So that microsecond is what he used actually to get off the blocks and, of course, dominate this race. Meshak Babu, of course, the winner of this hit number 7 of the 100 meters. Meshak Babu, of course, a very experienced runner, of course, also runs in the 200 and the 400 meters. So he is an athlete that is of course, he runs all the sprint races, and of course, him winning this hit means a lot to him, especially in a year where he sees himself representing Kenya in the relays. So this means a lot to this young man, Meshak Babu, and we straight heading to hit number 8, where we have Duncan Kipngeno, Patrick Oroko, Moses Wasike. Watch out for Moses Wasike. He'll be running in lane number 3. We have Elkana Sabila, another big name that will be coming in. And then we have Dennis Muai, Leon Muchaho, Richard Roba, and Innocent Kadima, another huge name. So we await for the start of this hit.
I just wanted, I was while before the hit number 9, now when we went for the provincials, this is a pointer in terms of preparation. we had never used spikes. And I remember some of the athletes, there's an athlete there from Barding Secondary, I think he's in Siaya High School, Barding High School. He kept saying that these shoes look like Mwalimu Jini shoes. And we were given, and we hadn't even used the blocks. We did not know how to take off from the blocks. And I realized that there are students who had done Form 3, Form 4. They repeated either Form 4, they repeated from Form 3, from the village schools. And they are the ones that made it to the national finals and proceeding to the East Africa School Game. So in sprints, or rather in athletics, or rather in any sport, sometimes experience matters. And for me, I did finish in position number 6. I was not last. That is a tale I'll live to tell my grandchildren, that I one day participated and represented. I don't know. We refer to you as coaches. I don't know if in terms of athletics, you also had a stint while you were growing up.
In fact, if there's something I really didn't like was something we called pre-season, where it involved sprinting, running long distances, of course 10 kilometers a day, and it's something that I really didn't like. So I'm looking at the athletes training regime. I'm like, if I was in their shoes, I'm not sure if I was going to be able to handle all this torture they undergo, of course, in preparations for different competitions. But right now, we're shifting our focus to heat number 8 of the 100 meters. Duncan Kipngeno, Patrick Oroko. Watch out for Moses Wasiko in lane number 3, and off they go very smoothly. No hiccups, no nothing to show. But that's Moses Wasike coming in strongly. But then Elkana Sabila also trying out. Dennis Mwai just about edges out Elkana and Moses Wasike. This was not really expected. Look at the smile on his face. This young man has just shown you that he also has what it takes, and this spells for great times to come, Victor. The names you expect to dominate are not the names that actually win this one. But then I was talking to some of the sprinters a couple of days ago, and they told me it's not about how you win the hits, but the times you post to qualify for the next round.
Yeah, and indeed, in some of the hits, you find that it is the speed of the hit that sometimes pushes or rather catapults an athlete. You can see at how Elkana did sprint, but he didn't expect the competition that was coming. And at some point, you could see him, like probably 10 meters to the tape, you could see him pushing and pushing and pushing, because he knew if he would just land, because this was a tight one. We are waiting for the final times to be posted, but if you look, you see like probably 0.01 or 0.01, meaning this was a tight one. And if Elkana was going to just probably look behind and be a little bit sluggish, he would have easily ended up in position number 3 or position number 4.
Elkana Kiprotich Sabila, a very experienced sprinter, also winning that one, hit number 8. And in hit number 9 also, we'll be waiting to see who reigns supreme. Zakayo Kipchumba, Salim Noor, Ben, Ryan Roymen, Dennis Kiprono, Richard Ogutu of Police, Steve Onyango, another great name, of course, representing the National Prison Service, if I'm not wrong. And then there is Reynald Cheriot and Ibrahim Njenga. So that is the start list for the 100 meters. I can see Salim Noor missing out in lane number 2. So we'll have Zakayo Kipchumba, Ben, Ryan, Richard Ogutu, Stephen Onyango, Bernard Cheriot, and Ibrahim Njenga in that order. So it is the 9th heat of the 100 meters.
Greg, I would bet on Richard Ogutu of Police and Steve Onyango. That is where I'd bet and place my dollars or euros or whatever currency you wanna quote. I've seen a long-time friend, 800-meter athlete, Cosmas Maloba. He has been training and does the 800-meter distance. So you can see the tension, Greg, the tension building in the athletes. And this is the point where also the athletes want perhaps to intimidate another, showing them their physique and showing them that they know it all. And for those that are experienced, you can just tell from their physique, from their preparedness, how they're posing. And off they take off their blocks. They've gone to their box in lane number 5. Lane number 1, you have Zakayo Kipchumba. Lane number 2 is lane number 3, you have Ben Royman, Dennis Kiprono, Richard Ogutu from the police, and Stephen Onyango. Lane number 6, you have Renaud Cheriot and Ibrahim Jenga in lane number 8. You can see Richard Ogutu doing the ceremonial jump. So, so lane number 2 has Salim Noor has just arrived, and I think that is the reason why the athletes are told not to take off the blocks. Seems to be an upcoming athlete. And also remember, Greg, that this is it's an open meet, and so that's why it explains why we have new entrants. Off they go. Look at how Steve Onyango and Richard Ogutu are sprinting hard. Steve Onyango is ahead. Richard Ogutu finishes second. That is all from the police service. Indeed, this was a rather slow heat compared to the other first two where we had Elkanah. And I do not know why they did so. Perhaps I'd compare to what we saw in Thika. These two athletes did exemplify their best. I mean, that is not the speed that we saw, or rather the conditions that we saw Richard Ogutu run. I really want to know what happened. And as I was saying, Greg, perhaps if the heat is fast like what we had in Elkanah's heat, sometimes it pushes you to the limits as an athlete. What do you have to say, Greg?
I think it also depends with who's lining up. Of course, athletes like some of them, when they see their, let's say, guys who are renowned, they become even more motivated. But for some, it plays against them, where they are demotivated. They are like fear creeps in, and then they don't perform according to expectations. But when you have a good field lining up for these races, then it becomes easy to have faster times because each will push themselves to the limit. We all saw what happened during the World Athletics Championships in Budapest. We also witnessed a very good 100 meters in the Paris Olympics, where Thompson and Noah Lyles pushed themselves all the way, and all the finishers clocked under 9 seconds. And that poses the question whereby the standard entry timings for the 100 meters at the Tokyo 2025 World Athletics Championships are the entry standards is the entry standard is 10 seconds flat. But you find that many athletes, and I can assure you this, for you to make it to the 48 quarter, then you'll have to clock at least 9.99 seconds to make it to Tokyo, because the competition has really grown. Many athletes are clocking under 9 seconds. In Kenya, of course, only Ferdinand Omanyala has achieved that feat, and he'll be in line to competing yet again during this year's edition of the World Athletics Championship. So off they go, and that is heat number 9 of the 100 meters happening here at the Afraha Stadium, and of course winning in lane number 7, that is Bernard Cheruyot. They just about edged Stephen Onyango to win that heat.
You've mentioned about the times, and Greg, I was just I decided to pick random results here. I was looking at random results here of what was posted in Thika, and we had most of the athletes did not run a sub 10. Perhaps we had the closest, who was Ronald Kiprono Kipkoech of police, born in 2000, who did a 10.3. We even had Omanyala in Thika running a 10.7. Elkana Sabila, who was in heat number 8, did a 10.5. And so indeed, there is more work to be posted here. Even we had another season sprinter who's Boniface Mweresa Otunga doing a 10.5. Because now you have the rest of the pack doing 11, either 11.1, 11.3, 11.4, 11.7. So indeed, there needs to be lots of work to be done. But I just want to give a big shout out to, there's also Isaac Omurwa, who did 10.4. I'd also want to give a big shout out to Tawala Sprints Club. This is a club that has come out to ensure that sprints, people are enjoying sprints in this country. And you don't have to be affiliated or to join any of the forces or the discipline forces for you to make it as an athlete. And also in Thika, during the second qualifying rounds, we had Isaac Omurwa running a 10.2, as well as Ferdinand Omanyala also ran a 10.2. As we await for the start of the next heat. That is heat number 10. We have in lane 1, Matthew Onyango in bib number 794, Dennis Kanyago in bib number 1022, Michael Njuguna in bib number 1006, Joseph Baraza in bib number 752, Stephen Oloch in bib number 898, Jackson Sururu in bib number 186, and Dennis Kipkoriri 913, and Makoha Griffins in bib number 194 in lane number 8. And there he's doing the cross. Just as I said, everyone seeks divine powers. Most people seek divine powers before going into a duel. Silence on the track and in the field. And off they go. The duel is between Jackson Sururu Well, crowds keep coming in, and as the day continues, the weather, clear skies, a little bit cloudy, but it's sunny. Not very warm, not very cold. And fans are streaming in. And remember, you can watch us live on Athletics Kenya Facebook and YouTube pages as well. And indeed, we can see also there's also another part of the economy that supports sports. There are people here who are also doing business, people selling sportswear, people selling water, drinks, people selling snacks as well.
Of course, Calvin Kipkorir winning hit number 10. And of course, there's a little bit of confusion in this one. Hit number 10 has been entered as hit number 11. So it is what it is, of course. And hit number 11 will have Matthew Onyango, Dennis Kanyago, Michael Njuguna, Joseph Baraza, Stephen Oluoch, Jackson Sururu, Dennis Kipkorir, and Mokoha Griffins. Of course, Utawala Running Club expected to dominate these races in a couple of years, because you look at how they've been performing in the past events. They seem to be perfecting what not many people expected. So Lodum Lengererek, lane number 1. Matonyi Matthew in lane number 2. John Kariuki in lane number 3. George Wairimu in lane number 4. Charles Nyamwea in lane number 5. There is James Masharia in lane number 6. Simani Regau and Lawi Sang. So, ready for the next hit. For also Lawi Sang are representing Utawala Running Club. And in lane number 1 is Lodam Lengererek. Watch out for Simani Regau in lane number 7, and off they go nicely. It is neck to neck. Lodum trying so hard. Simani Regau not really in the picture, but then it is Charles Nyasharia who steams away to win that one. Charles Nyamwea and of course Simani Regau should be finishing second. And Lawi Sang also will be waiting to see from the replays who really came in second and third between Lawi Sang and Simani Regau. But of course, Charles Nyamwea, winner of this heat in the 100 meters.
Indeed, athletes of the next heat lining up to start the race. And indeed, I did like how Lawi Sang came off the blocks, stayed in between the pack, but towards the finishing of the race, towards the end of the race, he did take off and coming in second. Indeed, this is an athlete to watch. He's a young athlete, young and upcoming athlete who, in the coming days, in the coming years, we have the replay. You can see how he was coming up nicely, finishing in second position. Charles Nyamwea was the winner, and Simani Regau finished second. So we have the 13th hit, and it is not full house. We only have 5 athletes. Lane 7 and lane 8 are empty. That is hit number 13 actually. Onto their blocks. The weather is actually conducive for the sprinters because this also helps in sort of stimulating their muscles. So Shadrach Nzioka is in lane 1, lane 2, Martin Juma, Luther Kamau, Abel Kimathi, and Alex Kamau in lane number 5. And indeed, you can see Martin Juma sprinting and leading, and Luther Kamau will come in second position, and indeed he has finished in second position.
That must have been the last hit of the 100 meters, 13 hits in total, and we'll be shifting focus to the 1,500 meters. We'll be confirming that in a bit. but then it's up to the 1 mile race, 3.5 laps of the 1,500 meters, where a couple of athletes aiming to ensure that they continue with the dominance, and of course making sure that Kenya keeps the fire burning. From the list we have, and that is Kimani winning heat number 13 of the 100 meters, close to I bet this is a huge one. In the 1,500 meters, it is a huge one. You want to know how many athletes will be taking part in the 1,500 meters, Victor? 234.
Well, indeed, that is a record. We've not seen this kind of numbers. So we're expecting to see also probably close to 10 or more than 10 qualifying rounds of the 1,500 meters, which indeed shows the urge and the zeal that the country has. The young and upcoming athletes who equally want to join the big boys at the international stages, and even those who might not make it to the world stages, even just making a continental debut, just even clocking an African record, having an African time and representing the country in the African Games, it is something. And we also have other events like probably the African Military Games and other disciplines, the university games. So, and most of those athletes are also here trying to see and wanting to see the times that they are going to post and how far they'll go in their careers as athletes.
3 minutes 33 seconds is the time required for an athlete to make it to Tokyo for the World Athletics Championships. But right now we have close to 200 athletes who will be aiming to reign supreme in this very, very, very meet. And of course, a large entry means that the interest has grown, and of course, many will be aiming to finish in the top positions. And you look at this, there are no second chances in this one. It's the 1,500 meters final, so the hits will be there, but then they'll be ranked according to the times posted. So if you run a faster time, then it's easier for you to make it to the podium. If you run a slower time in your heat, then you'll be out. But it is the 1,500 meters. 3 minutes 33 seconds, the entry standard time for the Tokyo Games.
Well, Angwenyi Kichana, seasoned sports journalist, has just passed by our broadcasting booth. And as the athletes for the 1,500 meters await to be told what to do in terms of how they're going to run, who's going to run in the first heat, the second heat, and the subsequent heats. We have athletes for heat number 1. We have Kelvin Kiprop, Kelvin Kakenya, Evans Kiprop, Titus Kibet, Lautan Langat, Raymond Gaita, Patrick Rotich, John Kiplagat, Brain Kiplagat, Cornelius Kirui, Bismarck Kipkowech, Emmanuel Kirwa Rono, Patrick Kipiegon, Kevin Kipiegon, and Cornelius Korir. Remember, the time to watch here is for the men is 1 minute 44.50 seconds. Ready, we have Emmanuel Onyonyi having run a sub 144. We have Michaela Rob and also Ben Pattison. So the officials are just having the final touches, talking to the athletes before the kickoff of the race. There they go, dashing towards the starting lineup, and the ceremonial pose, and off they go. The gun are sounded and they take off. We have Emmanuel Kirwarono in the leading pack, but the lead seems to be changing as the race progresses. They're going towards the 200-meter mark. Cornelius Korir is now on the lead, followed by Cornelius Kirui. Emmanuel Kirwarono is in position number 2. This is the first lap over the race. That is the 1500 meters. This is the first heat of the men's race. Cornelius Coril is still on the lead, looking at his physique. But Patrick Rotich is slowly taking over, and the leading pack is made up of the 3 athletes. Looking at the frame of the screen, we have Patrick Rotich, Cornelius Korir, and Brian Kiplagat in the leading pack of the 3 athletes. And they are now breaking off. It's funny how the first pack, the second pack, and the third pack, they have been separated in teams of 3-3-3. What a coincidence. You can see the duel there is between Cornelius and Emmanuel. There they go. 300 meters towards the 200-meter mark. Patrick Rotich sprinting. Cornelius Korir trying to catch up, but the gap is big. And indeed it is Patrick Rotich in bib number 774 who has won the race, followed by Patrick Rotich is the winner of the first heat of the 1500 meters for the men. the second heat of the 1500 meters. I want to take over to Charity, who's having an interview with Paul Mutui, who's the Vice President of Athletics Kenya.
The big turnout that we have had here and the expectations that he has now that we have also, we are competing in a new venue for after a long time. Mr. Mutui, karibu sana. Expectations zako ni gani kwa hii competition?
Thank you very much for coming with us in what we are calling the fourth weekend meet, as it is being called Betika weekend meet, Athletics Kenya weekend meet. It is track and field. Now I want to appreciate in the first place, before I say anything else, I pray that the county government of Nakuru, particularly the governor herself, has allowed us to use this track. Because from the understanding there before, this venue is still under renovation for other kind of important events, but now that we have been allowed, we are very appreciative. That is the first thing. Secondly, I want to say, being the fourth one, we are seeing a very big turnout of athletes. Right now, we have about 1,200 athletes altogether. The nearest one we had at Kapsabet was just about 900 altogether. So you can see the difference. Being the reason that in the first place, this is the first time we are on tartan track. All the other three we had gone to before. Those were on Maram, and you see what we are heading to. That is the way to Tocho, as we are calling it. It requires athletes to be able to perfect their performance, give good times, so that they can qualify for the Tocho World Championship, which is coming in September. The closing time will be actually in August, and right now we have a good number which has qualified. So coming back to today's event, I want to say that the registration finished yesterday, together with the issuing of bids to the athletes, and the registration was that big. I want to appreciate in that the regional management has done a very good job, and now it appears like we are getting on to actually where we are heading on to our way to Japan. And I want to say from here, now we are heading on to other areas where the qualification is required. Now the other two weekend meets will be in Nairobi, and understandably because Nyayo Stadium, where we were supposed to take our athletes for the weekend meets, is undergoing renovations. So very likely now we are going to go to Ulinzi, that is at Langata KDF. So we get prepared to going to Nairobi, where again we expect to have a very big turnout. And then now, before even that, I want to announce that one of the world events that we are supposed to go to is Relay World Championship in China, and we are going to have the selection of these athletes who will represent our country on the 12th, that is coming Saturday, and we have arranged that we will be going to Ulinzi Stadium, so that after today, because today is the last day for getting to know who could be in the list for the trial, by Monday we'll be able to name the athlete, because it is not for anybody, not for every athlete. it is for invited athletes, the ones who have shown a potentiality of being members of that relay team. So we will announce the names, like if it is formed by 100 meters, then we'll do that by Monday next week. So this is where we are.
Speaking of the relays team, when are they expected to maybe to set camp, and probably where will it be?
There.
The relays team, once we do the trials for the next month.
Now, the moment we do the trials on Saturday, then we'll put the athletes into a training camp. The competitions are going to be on the around 11th, 12th of next month is May. So we will have the athletes to be in training camp until that time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mutui. All the best. Continue enjoying the action that is currently going on.
Asante sana.
That is our Vice President, Mr. Paul Mutui, who is also the National Competitions Director, talking about the list of athletes that will be invited for the trials for the relays team, and he's saying that it's probably going to be held at the Ulinzi Complex come on Saturday, and then the athletes would go in to come. Remember, the team will be competing in Guangzhou, China from date 10th to 11th, and we're hoping that we're wishing our team all the best, and also for the podium finishes. Remembering that this is the first touch and track event. The first three we did in Mumias, Betika and Kapsabet were in Maram, and now the athletes also requested that the final weekend meets that they be on the tartan for them to be able to gauge their training and performance. I'm going to be handing you over to Victor and Mulemi as we continue with the fourth heat of the 1500 meters men.
A race that has been very competitive. Amos Kandie was, of course, leading the first 2 laps of this one, but here we are on to the home stretch. Who is going to take it home? I can see Kiumbe Munguti trying really hard to stay up front. That is, of course, Stephen Mutai also chasing Munguti close by. And then they come to the 150. Munguti still in the lead. But then from the outside, is Stephen Mutai. But then Munguti just hangs on to win that one ahead of Mutai. And of course, coming in second place, Charles Simotuo. So that signals the end of the 1,500 heat number 2. It's been very competitive. If you're joining us, of course, we are live from the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru City. Kiumbe Munguti, winner of the third heat. Ferguson Rotich really struggled in that one, not his usual self. Ferguson Rotich, of course, silver medalist in the 800 meters from the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. But that is the man of the moment, Kiumbe Munguti, winner of the third heat of the 1,500 meters. He's made sure that he dominated the race to claim victory in this one. Still a couple of hits to come. Kiumbe Munguti, of course, claiming victory in heat number 3. So we are into the fourth heat. Told you this a packed field with over 200 athletes taking part in the 1,500 meters. So this is heat number 4. 1 mile. Seasonal names, upcoming champions, and of course, debutants in this one. As they complete the first lap of this 1,500 meters in Britain, they call it a mile. So Joseph Tobiko, Gleta Guy, Elias Kipchumba, Abristad Adomo Omar, Josiah Mwangi, Rashid Kwemoe, Vincent Kibet, Emmanuel Kipyegon, Kelvin Kipkemei, Evans Biwot, Vincent Kipngetich, Collins Kibet, Nathan Kiprono, Ramik Murimi, and Justin Barongo. Heading into the second lap, it is Justin Barongo in the lead. Watch out for Vincent Kibet, another very good 1,500 meter runner, and the man from Eastern currently in third. But Justin Barongo dictating the pace earlier on. The third heat was really competitive, with almost all the athletes hitting the bell in one pack. Rashid Kemoi, yet another big name in this one, currently in second. Is he gonna hit the front first? Is he going to make the signal, or it's going to stay as it is? So watch out for Kemoi. Evans Biwot also coming through.
I'd say, Greg, this is a rather slow heat compared to the other previous heats. I wouldn't say why, considering we have seasoned athletes. They did start the first lap well, doing a sub 58, but now going to the subsequent laps, they seem to have slowed down. I wouldn't explain the reasons why, but every athlete has their own technique. And at the end of the day, every athlete that is here knows that they're supposed to finish the race and also finish in a time that is stipulated for them to proceed forward. Also, a big shout out to the chief track judge, that is Mr. Chelanga, for your brilliant work and ensuring that we get what is required in terms of the athletes and the details. As well, also the Athletics Kenya media team for beaming the quality images to your screens, ensuring that we also get to know what is happening here in Afraha Stadium, and not only here in Nakuru, but the team will ensure that each and every other Athletics Kenya meet, that they'll be bringing you what is happening on the ground.
Coach Nathan Kiprono, winner of heat number 3 in the 1,500 meters, just about edging Kemoi into second place. And right now we'll be shifting focus to the fourth heat, where we have Evans Kibet, Emmanuel Kibet, Enoch Kiplangat, Hezira Kiprotich, Augustine Kiplimo, Matthew Cheriot, Owan Logori, Solomon Kimutai, Abraham Kipsang, Saitoti Masitoi, Edgar Ngibe, Namin Kibet.
There is an athlete who's coming last from this heat number 4. And despite being last and trailing by almost a minute, so I like the athleticism and also the sportsmanship in him. He decided he has to finish his race because he came limping. I think he has an issue with the leg, if not the shoe, because he kept touching the shoe. But he's ensured that he's finished the race. And I think that is the level of competition and the spirit that we need to see, Greg.
They say that sportsmanship means that making sure you hit the tape, and of course you hit the gun, then hit the tape. So I think it also helps him in future competitions, because if he dropped out, he might not have gotten invitations, let's say, to other races in the future. But right now on your screens is the 1,500 heat number 4 that has 14 participants with Evans Kibet, Emmanuel Kibet, Augustine Kiplimo, Matthew Cheriot, Abraham Kipsang, some of the names to watch out for this one. So they've done one lap into the next one, and of course I can see Edgar Ngibe still hanging in there in the leading lap, in the leading pack, as they hit, of course, the 800-meter mark of this one. Almost halfway through the 1,500 meters, heat number 4, heat number 5. Yes, it is heat number 5 here at the Afraha Stadium. So it is Ngibe currently in the lead. Solomon Kimutai in second as they navigate through this blue tartan track here at the Afraha Sports Stadium. Because the renovation still going on here at the Afraha Stadium. But then one thing that has excited me is the turnout of the crowd also, who are cheering on these athletes from the minute they started competition in the morning up to this time, of course, a couple of minutes after 11 o'clock, 11:20 to be precise, East Africa time. So if you're joining us, of course, we are doing the 5th heat of the 1,500 meters. 234 athletes registered for this one, but then the winners will be determined by the times posted at the end of the day. It will all be about the rankings. He decided to go all the way in the last lap. When he hit the bell, it was all about him and the rest of the field. And this young man has just proven that he is capable of competing with the best. Of course, we'll be waiting to see what time is posted. Mr. Owan Igordi. Owan Igordi, winner of heat number 5.
Yeah, you did see what we were reading in the Bible, I think in the Revelation, the book of Revelation, the gnashing of teeth. He really did gnash his teeth towards the last sprint finish to ensure that he becomes the winner. I'd really want to be interested just to hear what he has to say about this race. And probably, did he expect that he was going to win? Because to me, he came in as an underdog. Perhaps nobody thought that he was going to win because there were other names in the race, like Solomon Kiptai, Abraham Kipsang, and Kipruto Samuel. But he just came from behind, overtook each and every person, and went and won the race, Greg.
This young man, of course, winning that race in a very tactical way. And we are on to the 6th heat. 16 athletes in this one. Vincent Keter, experienced runner here, also coming out. And of course, that man in the purple bib is the man we are talking about, Vincent Keter. Collins Kipkoech, Lawi Kiplangat, Zadok Warata, Alvin Basgare, Evans Kipngetich, Kiplangat Mutai, Elisha Bet, Edwin Kiplangat, Aaron Kibet, Shadrach Kip Kosgei, Joseph Ndiritit, Vincent Kipkurui, Porter Kiplimo, and Amos Kibet. Of course, there is Elijah Biwot also in the picture. So it's the 6th heat of the 1,500 meters that just about began as they complete the first lap of this one, with Vincent Keter currently in second. Of course, we are looking at what the track judges are doing on the end.
Veteran steeplechase Ezekiel Kimboy has just passed by here, the announcing booth, and he says hello. We'll remember him for his prowess over the steeplechase race and doing his ceremonial dance. Seems to be a crowd favorite. Everyone wants to shake the hand of Ezekiel Kimboy. So the leading pack has changed, and we have Vincent Keter in the lead. In the first lap, we had Shada Kipusge, but now it is Vincent Keter in the lead. You can see him in the frame of your shot with one lap to go, taking the lead. And on the other side, you can still see they are close to other 50 athletes who are yet to take part, close 30 to 50 athletes. So indeed that shows you how this particular meet here in Nakuru at the Afraha Stadium has attracted the numbers. And I'd say today we have the kings and queens of track here in Nakuru. Vincent Keteri is still on the lead, having opened a very big gap. At some point, you'd think that he's only racing alone because the gap is about 30 meters. The crowd is cheering. The crowd is cheering, and 1 lap to go. We hope he maintains his stamina. Lawi Kiplagat is second. Indeed, Greg, I don't know, all factors held constant. Vincent Keter is expected to win this race. I don't see anything that may hinder or may come in between his running prowess, the gap that he has opened. Indeed, this race has been won by Vincent Keter. He did open the gap in the second lap and maintained, and he has won. That is Victor Kibet Keter is the winner of this heat. Elisha Bet has come in second, while Lawi Kiplagat has come in third. Quite a busy day here at the Nakuru's Afraha Stadium as the time moves. The crowds keep soaring. Those that were home, we have today the weather is at 23 degrees Celsius here in Nakuru. Clear skies, a little bit cloudy. Very conducive weather for an outdoor event like this. Heat number 7 has already taken off.
Of course, we are talking about Vincent Keter, born in 2002, of course, former world under-20 champion in the 1,500 meters. You look at how he's performed in this 1,500 heat number 5. That was quite some good performance. But I'm just looking at his 2025 season highlights, of course, the world indoor performances. Of course, he advanced to from the heats in a time of 3 minutes 38.96 seconds. He had told me that he was going to for the World Indoor Games to try and see if he could make a mark and, of course, qualify for other meets in the coming months. He finished 10th in the final in a time of 3 minutes 40.04 seconds. So he's out here to redeem himself, and he competed against the likes of Haile Stephanie Diagana in Lyon later on last month, where he recorded a season best time of 3 minutes 37.16 seconds. That was on 15th of February. That is his best season performance. That was in the indoors. But on the outdoors, of course, He secured third place at the New Balance KO Mile Road in Dusseldorf in a time of 3 minutes 49.9 seconds, setting a personal best and an African record in the mile race. So Vincent Keter is a man in form, by the way, and of course you look at his performances. Of course, 3 minutes 31.28. He attained that at the Stadion Slaski in Chozo, Poland, and of course in the indoors 3 minutes 34.44 seconds, set in February 10th, 2024 at the Arena Stade Covois in Levin in France.
You'll also remember during the 2021 World Under 20 Championships that were held here in Nairobi, he did win gold over the distance in 1500 meters. And the event was held at, I remember it was in the month of August at the Moi Sports Center, Kasarani. And also, this is an athlete that equally doubles and does 800 meters, perhaps, for his speed work. So this is also another athlete that is going to rock the airways, or rather the athletic scene, in the years to come. We can see a veteran coach, Kirwa, from the Kenya Defence Forces, having a chat with the race officials, perhaps giving them a little piece of advice from his years of coaching. There is a gentleman here with a bib with Tanzanian colors. I don't know what his intentions are. Let me not say he is Tanzanian, but it is also another way of displaying your CV that I've been to this country, I've ran a race in this country, I've participated in this event. It's coming in position number 3. He's called Gibson Gayo. In this particular heat, we had a total of 18 athletes. The 8th heat of the 1,500 meters men's race has taken off, and a little bit of pushing and shoving by the athletes. That is the triple jump race. There is no jump by this particular athlete. As we await our colleague Charity to conduct an interview on the sidelines, we are watching the athlete complete their first, go through the first lap of the 1,500 meters. This is the 8th heat, and on your screens we have the triple jump for men. And remember, for the field events, this will be a straight final. Okay, I'm handing over to Charity on the side.
Thank you so much, Victor Ogale. I'm joined here by Afraha Mutai, famously known as Solo, joining us here. He's the head of digital and marketing department in athletics. Mr. Mutai, first question first. I know many athletes are listening to you and would like to know what's going on. They were asking when are they going to be receiving the money. Perhaps if you could tell them, for those who won, the protocol that is supposed to be followed.
Thank you so much. As you've heard, my name is Afraha Mutai. I'm the head of marketing and digital strategy in Athletics Kenya. First of all, I want to really congratulate those who have participated in today's event. The event looks good. The numbers are very encouraging. This is the biggest of all in terms of numbers of all the events that we've had since we started in Mumias. And Nakuru is really coming to be that venue that everybody wants to participate. Considering that the tartan is brand new, everything looks very nice, because even the times that we are posting here are very good, and it makes everybody happy. On the issue of the event, since we started the cross country, is that the payments are now ongoing, because the results are with us now for the doping results. Remember also, it's no longer only doping that is being checked. Also the age cheating is another thing that delays maybe the payments. And it is not in the control of Athletics Kenya, because most of the results are not what we do here, because ADAC has to give all the results, clear all the athletes for us to do the payment. So by yesterday, most of the events have been cleared, and by next week we will see a lot of payments happening, and especially on the cross country. Then we come the track and field. So it's a procedure that most of the athletes understand that it takes a little bit of time, but so long as the resource is with us, your payments are secured. Already we have the money from the sponsor, and we are ready to disperse the money. Only that most of these things are not within the control of Athletics Kenya alone, because there are procedures to be followed, and once those procedures are being made, then the payments are done.
Last year we started Road to Tokyo. We finished the cross country. Now we are in the fourth event in the track and field. So far, how is the journey?
I want to say that first of all, we had a very, very successful cross country series. It was one of the biggest in terms of turnout, in terms of prize money, in terms of sponsorship. We've never had such a big event. And I want to say that we want to really thank our sponsor Betika for coming in. We want to thank the government, Athletics Kenya, for job well done in terms of technical, organizing the event all around the country, because we started our events in Machakos and we ended in Eldoret, after going to Kapsokwany, going to Kisii, and all over the country. Nyandarua, that is where we had a very good event. And the season of cross country was well summed up when we went to Eldoret for the national cross country. The track and field, as you all know, that the track and field, we are heading to Tokyo, and I want to say that what we've seen this time round is that the attendance of those who want to participate in these events, the turnout, I don't know what kind of increment in terms of percentage, but it's the biggest ever. We've never seen such. Again, it's the first time that we are also paying good prize money, thanks to our sponsors for coming in to assist the event. And look at the event that we are having today. Over 1,500 athletes have registered. An event like 1,500, we've been doing it for the last almost now going to 1 hour. We have almost around 20-something heats to be done. 100 meters as the highest heats in terms of those who want to participate, both men and women, men and women. And we want to say that we encourage as a federation, because we realize that there are a lot of talents outside there, and it is forcing us now to go back into the drawing table and see how to tap into more of these talents, because it has to also be tapped and pathways to be created, because you realize that most of them also are those who are still in school and they need maybe to further their education, and we want to see how to partner with the local universities and international universities so that most of these athletes are given an opportunity, especially on the side of education.
Thank you so much. Perhaps is something else you'd like to add, maybe a message to the athletes?
A message to the athletes is that they have to play clean and make sure that everything they are doing, because remember, when we are here, all the other bodies, ADAC, you know, everybody is here to make sure that the winning is clean, the way you are doing it is clean, and make sure that don't cheat in terms of age, don't use anything that is prohibited by the list that has been given to the athletes. So if you do it right, you will also get it right. So for us, when we are here as Athletics Kenya, we want to make sure that everything is done according to the rules. And number two is that I want to urge our spectators to turn out in large numbers, especially tomorrow, that we'll be having most of our finals tomorrow, because the athletes who have come here are the big names that we've been seeing them running maybe in the different competition across the globe, and we want to ask everybody that let's come to Nakuru. This is where the action is, and tomorrow is when we are going to have more of this action.
Thank you so much. That was Afraha Mutai talking about the disbursement of fund. Now that there is a bigger process of where the athlete has to be cleared first by the doping agency, and also for if there is a discrepancy in age, they be declared for age cheating. He said the funds are already there and they have already started disbursing, and he's urging the athletes to also be patient. He's also given us the scoop of how they are still continuing the journey to Tokyo, and also urging the fans to come out in Nakuru. Remember, the weather is quite warm here and it's sunny, a perfect condition for the athletes to compete for the sprints. Remember, this competition will also be part of the determinant of the athletes who will be invited for Ulinzi Complex to do the trials for the world release. Over to you, Victor and Mulemi.
Appreciate them. In second position, Ezekiel Letaya.
Thank you, Charity. As Amason Kirev just about wins the 1,500 meters heat number 9. So many hits in this 1,500 meters. But as we've been saying, it's all about the rankings. Who will finish top according to the timings here. And we saw Vincent Kibet win hit number 8 with ease. And right now, we've witnessed yet another name coming on into that list. That is Amason Kirev, winning hit number 9 of the 1,500 meters. And it's all happening here. Plenty of it still coming up. As we say, 234 entrants in this 1,500 meters. So, so much coming up, including other races. I think after the 1,500 meters, which has, I think, the most entries, we'll have, of course, ongoing is the discus, throwmen, and of course the long jump I've seen from the other side. The triple jump, is ongoing. The 400 meters women hits will be coming up later on, followed by the men's 400 meters hits. Today, plenty of events, 10,000 walk women, and of course the 1,500 meters women, which also has a huge number of entrants, 91 in total. The steeplechase women will also be coming up before ushering in the 800 meters women race and the men's race. Of course, so many athletes will be running in this day one. There is the 200 meters. There is the, of course, the steeplechase men, 10,000 walk men race, and of course the 5,000 meters men. So stick around, because there's so much coming up here in Nakuru at the Afraha Stadium. And if you're joining us, we're just about witnessing history unfold in this beautiful city of Nakuru. Beautiful images of Nakuru. The newly refurbished Afraha Stadium is the place where we are lined up for today, for the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, bringing you the 4th Athletics Kenya and Betika weekend meet. This is happening here, and this is the 10th heat of the 1,500 meters heat that brings together good names in this field. 18 in total. John Wainaina, Isaac Rono, Walter champs, Marison Kipkoech, Emmanuel Soy, Kipkurui, just some of the names that we'll be looking forward to in this one. So if you're joining us, it is the 10th heat of the 1,500 meters. And of course, the crowd here on their feet. One athlete dropping out. I think he must have been tripped by the others. And of course, we are still looking for the man who will run 3 minutes 33 seconds to qualify for the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo, Japan. Of course, we've seen Vincent Keter do a 3:37 in Dusseldorf in Germany. That was 4 days ago, and right now we are just about to see who will be emerging victorious in heat number 10 of the 1,500 meters. A total of 234 athletes are participating in this event, the 1,500 meters. So it is a very, very, very clogged field. There's too many athletes. Of course, the prize being won. We'll also have a couple of medal ceremonies later on in the day. We'll be giving you the lineup as they come, and of course, I've now gotten hold of the start list in this heat number 10, which has Kennedy Cheruiyot. It has Johnson Tenges, Ronald Kiprop, Kipsongol, Alex, another good name that's coming through here. In 389, we have Cosmas Mutai, Ian Kanandi, Aman Malik, Robert Korir, Enoch Kip Korir, Patrick Koech, Nixon Kip Koech, Joseph Thuo, Aden Koech, Cosmas Ruto, John Kitilit, Kipngetich, Moses Kiplangat, Moses Langat, Emmanuel Cheboy, Joseph Kiprotich, Ronaldo Onyait, Emmanuel Lemiso, and of course Alfred Kipketer.
Well, Greg, a total of 235 athletes who registered for this particular race, 1,500 meters. And indeed, we're looking at the Athletics Kenya affiliates, and also we have NYS. We also have the universities. Remember, these are new entrants, and this equally shows the pool of talent that this country has. The pool of talent this country has. And then also, well, we remember that the universities during the first meet, we have Aman Malik. And I remember also in Thika, I don't know how to say this in a very professional way, we had athletes from regions that are not very well known for certain races, like middle distance races. I remember there was a gentleman that had come all the way from Isiolo, and having a chat with him, he told me that his physique is the same as Mo Farah. So he looks up to Mo Farah, who's done 5K, he's done 10,000 meters at the World Championships, at the Olympics, winning gold, transitioning into road races and also into marathon. I don't know, Greg, I mean, looking at the number of athletes and also the entrance of NYS, whom we've not seen them over the years coming in, and we know they're young guys, that's why it's called the National Youth Service, and also the universities. Going forward, does it mean that for the big guys, these people are gonna bring in competition? Abdi Malik is coming in, finishing as a last. That's very encouraging of him.
Abdul Malik, of course, an athlete, I think he's from Pakistan, if I'm not wrong, coming through to see if he can try out with the Kenyans. Of course, they expect to be faster than him, but of course, these are very good preparations for him because the Asian Games will be held, of course, a couple of Diamond League events, of course, the weekend meets and other races. Last year, we had an athlete from Denmark trying out in the sprints, in the 100 meters, and he really performed well, and I'm sure he'll be aiming to do that again this year. But then you've talked about the other discipline services, the National Youth Service, the Kenya Forest Service, the universities, private clubs coming in, and of course on your screens is heat number 12 of the 1,500 meters. A couple of years ago, NYS, Kenya Forest Service, of course, KWS, didn't really have enough representation in these weekend meets, but this they've been given that platform whereby right now they can actually compete with the big boys, the Kenya Defense Forces, the Kenya Police Service, National Prison Service, and of course all these more seasonal clubs, and of course representations from these disciplined forces. But then the entry of the likes of National Youth Service, we've seen them performing really well in the cross-country series. Right now in the track and field, they're doing really, really well, and this shows you that they are no pushovers anymore. They're bridging the gap between them and the likes of the Kenya Defense Forces, and it's something that will go all the way to helping them at least achieve something huge, and of course open up opportunities for those who are working within the forces as they navigate through the second lap of this 1,500 meters. It is heat number 12. A couple of more hits lined up later on after this one, but it is heat number 12 of this race that is now underway. To 65 in the lead right now as they finish the second lap of this 1,500 meters.
I like the support that is coming through here. The people who are passing by the announcing booth. Perhaps this is also another attraction. We have seasoned journalist Suleiman Batia, who's just passed by and said hello, as well as Francis Moreidi with the Daily Nation. He's based here in Nakuru. He's done sports over the years. He's actually among the oldest, I'd say, or rather the seasoned experienced journalists in this particular region, to name but a few. And on your screen we have Emmanuel Lemiso, who's leading the 11th hit of the 1,500 meters men. Alfred Kipketer has won the 1,500 meters. I remember also covering Alfred when he was doing the 800 meters, and perhaps he's also doubling as well, as we've seen Keter doing it, just to test on his endurance. You can even tell from his kit that he he indeed does 800. He's also a seasoned athlete, having come through the junior ranks, gone to the World Junior, Africa, the Continental stage as well. I'm also eager to see the time that he has registered here at the Afraha Stadium. Also, Greg, the proximity, the geographical location of Nakuru perhaps being at the middle of this country could also be a determinant and a factor as to why so many athletes have come here, because from here to Eldoret you're talking about not more than 200 kilometers, as well as Nairobi as well. Looking at this other part of the country, people coming from all the way from Nanyuki, Nyahururu, which is also a high altitude area and has a bulk of athletes training there. From here to Nyahururu is barely 1 hour. It's a 1 hour's drive, depending on how you're driving. So that also explains why there are soaring numbers here. There are a lot of training camps here in the South Rift. That is in Kuresoi here. That is a constituency that just from Nakuru West. We have that is Molo constituency. And I think from there we have Kuresoi constituency. So we have the Kuresoi North and South, and there we have a couple of training camps. And indeed, we've seen notable names train in those places. So on your screens, those are very beautiful images from the camera team from Athletics Kenya. A lot of professionalism. You can see Coach Leting as the 400 meters women get ready to start their race. And indeed, Greg, it is quite exciting seeing some of the athletes here who have now graduated into management. Now you've seen Alfred Kirwayego. I think I've seen Mary. Is that Mary Keitani? I'm not so sure, but I'll confirm later. And other notable names, because now the seasoned coaches' age is catching up, and probably they would be retiring, as much as there's no specific retirement age for the for the coaches, because it's an issue of expertise that matters. We have the fatigue team putting the blocks and also the numbers, the track numbers, the lane numbers, to ensure that each athlete knows where they are going to be when the race starts.
In the next 3 minutes, we'll be having the first heat of the 400 meters women's race. Remember, we're also trying to see if we can get athletes qualify for the World Athletics Championships. For the ladies, 50.75 with the entry standard time for any athlete who wants to fill the 48 quarters in the World Athletics Championships. So 50.75, and for the men, 44.85. 400 meters, of course, they say is a very, very tactical race.
Having purported or having had a stint at a younger age as a sprinter, I'll tell you, 400 meters is one of the draining races. And by the time you've done halfway the race, or you're towards the 200 meter mark, that is when lactic kicks in. It is one of the races that once you finish, you wouldn't even want the finish line to be extended even by 30 centimeters. And if I'm wrong, you're going to watch all these athletes, once they cross the finish line, they'll halt. They'll just immediately stop the finish line. You don't compare it to 200 meters where you'll see the sprinters at least dash for a couple of meters. So this is a very intense one. And as you were talking when we were earlier in the 1500 meters where we saw the gnashing of teeth, this is where you'll see the real gnashing of teeth. And at some point, you'll even see athletes change their faces. They turn from gloomy to smiling to moody to showing empathy, to showing the urge, the agility, the zeal. So it is not an easy race as one may think, because one may argue that it is just one lap, but no, it is quite a tough one. I'd remember notable names in the country as Francisca Koki, who even went ahead to represent the country at in Morocco at the World All Africa Games. And I think she still has the best time over the distance. So as you wait for the race to start, having the athletes getting prepared, so let's wait and see how they'll fare in this heat number 1 of the 400 meters women. And in lane number 2, we do not have participant. Lane number 1, lane number 2, we have Angelina Cheng, Okech Mercy in lane number 3, Bright Munyao in lane number 4. Lane number 5, we have Sarah Bosibori, Pauline Tiwais in lane number 6. Lane number 7, we have Chepchirchir Sheila and Edina Mora in lane number 8.
Good job there by our flow manager D. She's sending those start lists in time and makes it easy for us here in the booth to try out. So we are almost underway in the 400 meters women heat number 1. As you heard, Angeline Achieng in lane number 2, Okech Mercy in lane number 3, Bright Munyao in lane number 4, Sarah Bosibori in lane number 5, Pauline TY in lane number 6, Chepchirchir Sheila in lane number 7, and Edina Mora in lane number 8. So Mercy and Angeline exchanging notes quite a little bit. You know, there were incidences where athletes ran without taking the blocks, whereby they used the old school type of running, where they could just bend and then take off. I witnessed that in Mumias. I don't know if it happened in Thika, but in Mumias that was the case, whereby the blocks were not necessarily needed. But today they have the luxury of getting off the blocks and trying out to see if they break into the podium finishers. Remember, the podium finishers have prizes ranging from 50,000 to 20,000 depending on the races. But right now it's time for the 400 meters heat number 1. Angeline Achieng, Okech Mercy, Bright Munyao, Sarah Bosibori, Pauline Tiwaye, Chepchirchir Sheila, and Edina Mora. Off they go smoothly, no hiccups, no nothing. It is all about the prize, and it is the first heat of the 400 meters. Watch out for Sarah Bosibori in lane number 5. Oh, she comes really, really smoothly. Edna Mora also trying out from the outside, but then that is Okech Mercy in lane number 3. It is really hard to tell who is in the lead right now. We'll be waiting in a bit, but then it is Bright Munyao also coming in lane number 4, but then it is Sheila Chepchirchir, but then it is Okech Mercy who is spreading her dominance in this race. She's being closely followed by Sarah Bosibori, but then it is Okech Mercy who will be jogging away to win this first heat of the 400 meters. She's getting stiff competition from Sarah Bosibori, but then it is Okech Mercy. As you say, they'll jog through the last few meters because the lactic acid just took toll on them.
Well, you can see once they finish, that is where they stop. And I just must see Okech Adongo from the Kenya Defence Forces team, which is an affiliate of Athletics Kenya, has already posted a sub 54 over the distance. And indeed, she's one of the seasoned athletes. And we also have Sarah Bosibori, who did 55.3. That is was during the Thika meet. And for qualifying for the women, they need 50.75. So they indeed have a long way to go, a lot of preparation. And we have Antonio Watson, who's the current champion of the distance. Also, in this season, we have Vanis Kerubo Nyagisera from police, who also managed to post a 54.6 over the distance. So far, I'd say these are the fastest times for the ladies over the one lap race, 54.3, 54.6 seconds, and 54.8 However, there is still time, considering and other considerations as well as climatic conditions, including the wind. Those are also determinants when it comes to sports and athletics. Now we are going to heat number 2, where we have 7 athletes. That is Sylvia Chesebe, Yusta Minor in lane 2, Shera Korir in lane number 4, Nancy Mwangi in lane number 5, Rehab Ndirangu in lane number 6, also another seasoned athlete, and Margaret Tajeu in lane number 7. So it will not be full house as lane number 1. There is no participant taking part. I can see Grace Kidaki getting ready for hit number 3. There's also another seasoned athlete over the distance. I also have Damaklin Bonareri who coming in. So on your screens we have hit number 2 about to begin. And off they go, negotiating the first corner. You can see in lane number 6, Rehab Dirango already dashing forward, already overtaking. Well, onto the 200 meter mark, we have Shera Chepkorir trying hard. Rahab Ndirango is coming in from the inner lane. So the duel now is between Rahab Ndirango and Sylvia Chesebe. But seems Rahab Ndirango is gonna win this race. It's a very slight margin. And indeed, it is her who has won the race. Remember, she has been consistent over the distance throughout all the 4 meets. And indeed, this is an athlete to watch also. So going in now, we have hit number 3, where we have Lanolai Naoko, Sheila Mahungu, Winnie Makori in lane 3, Paris Chege lane 4, Grace Kidake lane 5, Miriam Chelagat lane 6, and Damaklin Bonareri in lane number 8. Also in lane number 1, there will be no athlete taking part in that lane. And remember, Grace Kidake already qualified for the Masters, and she will be going to race in the Masters. Actually, Greg, we had the Masters last week, and Grace is back, so fresh from United States of America. Do you think jet lag will be a factor, in quotes?
Looking at the age, it might play a factor, to be honest. But then I always say it's all about preparation. So we've seen the likes of Vincent Keter, who's just raced inside 72 hours and posted some quality time here in Nakuru.
Plus you can add the traveling time and the layovers and the changeovers of flights.
And of course the recovery. So many factors come into play. But these are professional athletes, not just like you and me who will run maybe let's say 10 kilometers for 2 hours, then post on social media. You know, those kind of things. Can see Mr. Ronaldo passing by. He finished last in his group in the 1,500 meters, but gave a good account of himself. But you talked about the Masters. I think our athletes did really well. You talked about Grace Kidake, very experienced, of course, and she aims to carry this on and on and on and on. It is the third heat of the the 400 meters, sorry, where we have Lanolin Aoko in lane number 2, Sheila Mahungu in lane number 3, Winnie Makori. I wonder why athletes are not using lane number 1 anyway. We'll have to find out why. Maybe they're avoiding that, but we are ready for start in the third heat, and off they go. Grace Kidake, of course, very experienced, hitting the front in these early stages as they take that bend. It is the third heat of the 400 meters. Winnie Makori, Paris Chege, Grace Kidake, Miriam Chelangat, Dek Macklin Bonareri now taking the lead for the first time. Look at Bonareri, she looks really confident. Lanolin Aoko from the outside, but then it is Bonareri and Kidake in a 1 and 2 as they hit the 150 onto the last bend heading into the home stretch. It is the Macklin Bonareri still reigning supreme in that, and as she cuts through to come and take the home stretch now into the 100, but then Winnie Makori also decides to take matters into her own hands. She's coming through very nicely. Sheila Makungu also trying so hard, but then it is Sheila Makungu. Wow, she came from nowhere, and she'll be winning this heat number 3 of the 400 meters way ahead of the rest. Grace Kidake will come in 4th. Say the race was energy sapping, and of course we witnessed that. And we are on to heat number 4. We are on to heat number 4 of the 400 meters. Still no one in heat number, in lane number 1. And we are ready for the 4th heat of the 400 meters. And missing from what I can see is lane number 2 and lane number 1. So Mercy Chebet missing. I don't know. I'll be confirming that in a bit, or she might be the one helping these other athletes fix their blocks. So she's running in lane number 2. Gladys Mudoni in the blue bib. Yes, that's Mercy Chebet in the Kenyan bib. She'll be running in lane number 2. Of course, the golden girl will be aiming to create history of our own, write history of our own. Jacqueline Kimathi will be running in lane number 4. Daisy Chepngetich, Gladys Mumbe, another very experienced 400-meter runner. Judy Kemunte and Gladys Chepchumba. So, Mercy Chebet, what can she do in this 400 meters? It's heat number 3, and we are live from the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. Nicely, they get off the blocks. Mercy Chebet, of course, the favorite to win this one. But then watch out for Gladys Mumbe in lane number 6. Another brilliant athlete who has shown over the years that she's capable of making sure that everything happens according to what she wishes. But then Mercy Chebet from the outside in lane number 2, struggling quite a little bit. And then it is all about Daisy Chepngetich and Gladys Mumbe, who are now scanning through the 150 coming into the home stretch. But then Mercy Chebet, she struggled a little bit, but now she's coming in, streaming from the inside in lane number 2. Mercy Chebet now scanning through. Gladys Mumbe trying to respond, but then it is Mercy Chebet being cheered upon as she heads through. She will be winning this third heat of the 400 meters, and there she is, reigning supreme. She helps them fix the blocks, and now she wins heat number 3.
Next will be hit number 5, where we have Yvonne Otunga, Ann Kandie, Purity Jepkoech, Naomi Korir, Maureen Wafula, Winnie Awino, and Valentine Mukai. Also, in this particular race, there will be no athlete using lane number 1. And as Greg mentioned, I think it's a subject of concern, and you need to know why lane number 1 is not being used today. Yvonne Otunga Alivitsa, who will be running in lane number 2. Will be running in lane number 2 is from the university category. Remember, this is an open event, and she will be trying out her best. So I want to hand over to my colleague Charity. There goes the race. This is the 5th heat of the women's 400 meters. And to hand over to my Charity colleague, who will be having an interview with seasoned sprinter Abraham Mutai. Sorry. Correction there, that is Maka Mutai.
Victor, we've been having so many hits for the sprints. What's your take? And now we have here Mark, but of course start with Mark. Mark, you've also brought a gold for Kenya in the sprints event, a rare event for the Commonwealth. Saa hii tunaelekea pia World Relay Championships. Una expectations yako for the team that will be sent? Ungependa ikuwe na nini?
Nafikiri kulingana na vile sprinters wameanza msimu mzuri, kutakuwa na timu mzuri sana ya kuelekea World Relays. Ukiona leo hapa Nakuru kuna so many hits ya 100 meters, so many hits ya 200 meters, so many hits ya 400 meters. There is a lot of hope
na ukiona timings kwa qualifying rounds kama ladies in 400 meters wamekimbia around 52, 53. It's a very promising timings towards the selection ya team ya kwenda World Relays.
Thank you so much, Mark. I'll be leaving you now in the hands of Victor Ogale. Mwendelee kuangalia now as we continue with the 100 meters, with the 400 meters for the ladies.
Mark, coaches, labda tu tuambie, I don't know, as a sprinter, saa zile mtu anakuja sana sana, nini wewe inakimbia kwa mind ya mtu kabla race ianze?
Unajua wakati una prepare for the race, you always go to the race with the expectations. So many times what runs in your mind before the race is how you will execute the event. Unafikiria ni nani competitors wako strong, muko na wako position gani? Ukianza unataka uanze kwa njia gani? Mipangilio ile umefanya towards execution ya hiyo race ndio huwa ina run in the head. Na especially kama your fellow competitors wako very strong, is now ni ku strategize which best way will you use so that you can win the event.
So many athletes wamejitokeza in this particular AK meet Nakuru. Sijui, I don't know, is the tartan track also a factor? Because probably kuna wale ambao since the nini started, the AK meet started, they haven't had a chance perhaps to use such a track.
I think Nakuru is a central place. Yeah, all the athletes, those who are coming either from Nairobi, Nyeri, and also those who are coming from the western part of the country like Kisumu, Western, Eldoret. So it's not a surprise that we have so many athletes today in this Nakuru championship because it's central. Anybody can access Nakuru from all corners of Kenya. So I think that is one of the reasons. And two, the good track, the tartan track in Nakuru is also attracting so many elite athletes, especially those who are fearing to run in the Maram soil. But today we have a tartan track at a central place. And historically, Nakuru has been a very fast track and people are looking for qualifying times.
Considering you have the build-up for the sprints in a few days to come from now, should we expect a lot of competition from the sprints, unlike the other distances?
Very true. We will expect a lot of competitions. I think now the sprinters are motivated by their other colleagues who are doing well, like the likes of Omanyala, the likes of Ekwam in 400 meters, and Kevin Kiprotich. I think now there is a lot of motivation, and that is the reason as to why you can see so many sprinters turning up for the event. Because today I was seeing the registration for the 400 meters, or for the 100 meters, it was close to 300 athletes, which is also a sign that there is a lot of hope and motivation towards that event.
Well, there goes the sixth heat of the women's 400 meters, and we have Millicent Ndoro there winning the race. And indeed, coach, there's a lot that I've said about 400 and lactic, and you can just see from your screens and where the broadcasting booth here, you can just see how the athletes are breathing and panting. Is there any other better way for 400 meters?
I think one of the toughest sprints is the 400 meters. Because if you have not done a good preparation and balance your energy all the way from the start to the finish, you might find yourself running very fast in the first 300 meters, and towards the end, you will find yourself being overtaken by almost everyone. So 400 meters is a very tricky event. You have to run with a lot of the techniques and distribute your energy very well, that you will be able to finish the last part of the 400 meters with power and energy. Otherwise, you will be the leading from the start to the 300 meters. Then from there, you are overtaken by almost everyone.
I was looking also at the start list, and we have entrants such as the NYS, who I think we saw them in Thika, and then again I think they fizzled out. Then they've come back again. Reasons better known to them. And also we have the universities category, which also means this is an open event, and also which encourages other new entrants to come. So going forward, considering also the age bracket of the people who are in NYS, does it mean that going forward we are going to have a very big pool of talent here in this country, and also it is also going to bring more competition going forward?
Yes, when you now see the coming in of the NYS, the young boys and girls, or the young athletes from the NYS, I think now the NYS are getting it right that there is a lot of investment and technical coaching within their team. If going forward that will be the thing to go by, then it will be a very big powerhouse, especially in the short and middle distance running. NYS is coming out very strong, and it seems they have a certain secret that maybe we are yet now to establish what really is it that they are doing, that most of their athletes are coming out strong and very young.
I was also looking at another possibility that once they graduate, because not all of them are going to be absorbed into the National Youth Service. There are those that have an upper hand in joining other forces like the Defense Forces, Kenya Prisons, and other uniformed forces. Does it also mean that also those disciplined forces will also have another bigger pool of talented athletes?
Of course, I think NYS is a ground for preparation for these young athletes to join the other forces like the Kenya Defense Forces or prisons or Kenya Police, amongst the others. And I believe if that is to go by, in the near future, we will have very strong teams now competing at the national level, because those nurtured young talents will now cross over to other formations and they will form a very strong team. No, we are looking forward now to see what will happen next in the upcoming events.
Well, now we have the first heat of the men's 400 meters, and they are getting ready on their blocks, and off they go. There is a false start, so we just need to know if it's a false start or a false start. But it looks like a false start because the gun sounded twice. And in heat number 1, we have Joseph Sanari in lane number 2, Emmanuel Mutua lane number 3, Kevin Bera lane number 4, David Cheburet lane number 5, Alan Kipiego lane number 6, Lodio Samuel lane number 7, and Rob Alfred in lane number 8. There goes the first hit of the race. Alan Kipiego, a seasoned athlete over the distance, has already taken the lead onto the 200-meter mark, and you can see him dashing, having opened a very big gap, close to 20 meters. Coming to the 200-meter mark, 100-meter mark, and now the final finish. But there seemed to be emerging competition there from the corner from Kevin Bera as well as David Cheburet. But he has easily won it. So it didn't seem very hard for him. Seemed to have trained for it, and in his categorical style, leading from the front all through to the finish. That is Alan Kipiego. As we await the men's second heat, we have Collins Kimutai in lane 2, William Ryan in lane 3, Peace Wayaki in lane 4, Emmanuel Juma lane 5, Nathaniel Kip Ngetich in lane 5, lane 6, Eric Kimathi in lane 7, and Joyfrey Korir in lane number 8. Well, just to mention our sponsors, Betika, who have indeed been with Athletics Kenya all throughout the season, from the first leg to this fourth leg here at the Afraha Stadium. And also indeed partners like the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, that is ADAC, who ensure that athletes run clean and they win right. And from where I am, I can see them continuing with their sensitization activities, approaching athletes as they come in. Others are voluntarily going there. We are at the beginning of second heat of the 400 meters race. There seems to be a problem there. Too much tension. Too much tension there. Coach, the false start. I mean, is it too much tension in an athlete, or is it? I remember also at some point I tried to sprint, but I had to pursue other things. And I remember we could, of course, there was no gun, but it was that on to your marks, get set, go. But if I know Mutai in lane 4 is stronger than me, I'll stand up before the gun, so that by the time you're going down again, you've been given last warning. So knowing you won't stand up as the first. I mean, so my point is, do athletes use this also as an intimidation tactic?
False start many times comes from very many different ways. Some maybe they are not used to the use of the starting blocks, and also it can be a technique that to disrupt the concentration of very good athletes. So when you know someone is so strong and you seem to disrupt him, you can just fake a reason, stand up, and from that alone, you will be able to prepare yourself well and come up. But a false start can come as a result of so many other things.
There was William Ryan coming in second position in the second heat of the men's. Nathaniel Kip Ngetich coming in number 1 in bib number 047, running for the police team. His physique and his height reminds me of the late Bet, who I can say did I can see, coach, you're looking, I don't know, is it your athletes? You seem to be happy and smiling.
It's one of the athletes I've been trying to mentor, the Ryan. He has been away for some time, and I can see him now coming back strong. And that's the reason I was checking whether he really get exhausted so much, or he's just still composed, ready for the semifinals.
Well, heat number 3 is getting ready to start the race. And as we wait to get the start list, we have Hilary Kiplagat in lane number 2, Elias Serbai lane number 3, Gabriel Kamakia lane number 4, Victor Wino lane number 5, Silas Serem lane number 6, and Moitalel Mpoke in lane number 7, and Kelvin Kiprotich in lane number 8. Coach, the making it of the likes of Ferdinand Omanyala, is it an advantage to us, considering the numbers that have so far come after the Omanyala fever?
Yes, I think the influence of Omanyala in the sprints has been so huge that after the very good performance of Omanyala, there has been so many young sprinters who are now eager to participate in the sprints. And I think it's a positive influence towards building up of the sprints. You see, before Omanyala, no one was speaking about Kenya in sprints, especially in 100 meters or 200 meters. But the revolution that Omanyala brought into the short sprints is so huge that we believe more and more athletes will now be joining the race, the 100 meters race and 200.
We have Hilary Kiplagat getting a green card. That is a warning for getting off the blocks before the other athletes, and now they're going down. Perhaps he has a lap, and off they go. Seem to be a fast race, coach, compared to the other fast heat.
I can see the lineup is so good that I can see the Kiprotich is coming in. The Kevin Kiprotich, who is I believe is the current fastest 400 meters runner, and if he will be executing the event well, it will be among the fastest hit so far. So we are waiting to see at the finish line how it will all go.
And indeed, he's already taken a sprint finish. He's already leading in, as you just predicted, coach, and seems to be very strong. So Kevin Kiprotich is the winner of this heat, the third heat of the men's 400 meter race. We can see an ambulance pulling over. Seems to be an athlete who's injured. And I think it's beyond first aid and an ambulance has come to pick them up. Mutai, now, if you compare now and your days when you are sprinting, is there any change? I mean, is the passion, has it changed? Or rather, what has changed from your view now that you are a coach?
Actually, I can say there are so many changes that has come into place now that there has been a lot of doping cases in Kenya. So there is a lot of procedures that needs to be followed before you are allowed to compete. But basically, in terms of preparation and running, I think the science still remains the same. It's only that you have to comply with so many regulations currently for you to be allowed to compete at any AK sanctioned event or even at a world level. You have to undergo some tests and show up your whereabouts so that anytime you are needed for a test, they can find you.
And when talk about doping cases, and I wouldn't want us to mention names for reasons known to me and you, but is it that we are doing lots of tests here in Kenya? That's why there are those cases that have come up, unlike other countries? Or why? What did you explain about that? Because we do a month or two. You see, AIU has released an alert. A month or two, there goes the fourth heat of the 400 meters men. Seems to be a slow heat with new entrants. Not so many seasoned athletes in this one. Going by the start list. We have Stanley Ndongo, Milkin Lepas, Daniel Soy, Alphas Kishoyan, Wilson Lentunye, Victor Rotich, and Edwin Kipngetich. Coach, is it that we are doing lots of testing?
I think part of the reason is one, Kenya, I think is one of the biggest sports house in the world. That we have so many athletes. We have so many athletes, and now that Kenya is among the most tested countries, we can get some percentage from the number of athletes that are being tested, as compared to any other country like our neighbor countries, whereby you can count the number of athletes in the country. But Kenya alone, in single event, you can have as much as 500, 400 athletes in a single event. So if you test almost the percentage of tests in ratio to the athletes, you will find that some few cases will be found positive for the use of prohibited substance, and therefore you will find very many names of Kenyan athletes being mentioned for use of prohibited substances.
Well, the fourth heat we had Wilson Lentunye coming in position number 1 with Alphonse Kishoyan. Finishing second, Kishoyan has been making a comeback slowly after serving a ban. And every time I see Kishoyan, I remember when he ran under protest and he had to qualify alone. And I remember many people who might not understand the technicalities and dynamics of athletics were wondering, mtu kwani anakimbia peke yake? And I remember where we were watching, and there were so many people. Everyone kept wondering, why is this person racing against himself, coach? So I don't know. Would you want to talk about his comeback and probably if he continues, if he can probably make it for the world release?
Yes, Kishan has been a very good athlete in 400 meters, and he's among the few Kenyan athletes who have done sub 45. And his comeback will now reinforce the Kenyan team, especially in the 400 meters. Now that we have some few other athletes who are capable of running under 45, if all of them now are to team up and come up with a team, we will have a very strong team. Kishan has been a very good athlete, and I think if he will come back with the same strength and the winning spirit that he has been having, I think the 400 meters will be very competitive, and we'll have so many qualifying for the big events around the world.
Well, running a sub 45, I know is no mean feat. It is not an easy task as one would think. And we are looking at 44.85 for the men and 50.75 seconds for the women. So already if he has a sub 45, or rather he's previously done a sub 45, just a little bit of sprucing up and polishing here and there, and he'll be back on track. And remember also, coming back, it's somehow psychological, because there are athletes that you were not there when you're racing, and they've now qualified and they're racing against you. There are those that you used to beat because now probably you're not training as much. And now you're making a comeback. And they are now racing against you. And just to look, picking one of the second leg of the AK Betika meet for the men's race. There we have the fifth heat taking on. We had Alan Kipyego, who ran he won, I think, in the second or first heat. He did 46.2. And we had Rastas Mbaluka Musilu 46.7. Looking at the times, and we had George Mutinda Mutuku doing a 47.2. There on your screens, we have the fifth heat of the 400 meters men's heat. And we have Kakaya Sinoti, Cosmas Kiplagat. And on the lead, we have and the race has just ended, and seems to be a slight of a confusion. But we have Kakaya Kinoti at some point leading, but he lost his lead. And the burnout is real, coach. The burnout is real.
I think the 400 meters event is now taking a very different shape, because for you to qualify to compete at the World Championships, you need to do a 44.85. That will mean very many athletes, considering that last season the only athlete who did a sub 45 was Ekwam, Sablon Ekwam, who did a 44.69. But for the rest of the athletes, majority of them have not done any 44 for now. So for them to qualify to the World Championship, they must run their personal best, meaning it's a tall order. Unlike our time, when the qualification was a little bit lower at around 45.5, this time round the qualification is so high, and very many athletes will find it difficult to qualify unless and until they run now their personal best. Because if you've never run any 44 and the qualifying mark is 44.85, you have to do your personal best, which is a lot of, you have to train extraordinary or differently from the way you used to do.
Watching Ekwam clocking 44.69, it was not easy, because I remember just after taking off, he decided to sprint, and he went, maintained his pace, maintained his speed, even his body posture, he maintained it up to the end. So for those that have not clocked that, it will, as you said, it will mean a lot of work. And soon we'll be having the men's 400 meters. That is heat number 6. You have in lane 2 Brian Kipkurui, Samuel Tingisha, Bravin Rerimoy, Isaiah Sayalel, David Sanayek in lane number 6, Dan Kangaru lane number 7, and Evans Kipleting in lane number 8.
heat number 6. David Sayanek winning heat number 6. See the confident man who wants to make it to Team Kenya for the World Relays in Xiamen, China later on this month. He wins heat number 6, claiming victory there. Still coming up, heat number 7, Samson Leshan, Ben Obut, Mark Kiprop, Jonas Kipkemboi, Duncan Kipngeno, Moses Trorosi, and Ochokut Samuel. There is also heat number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 coming up. So this is the 400 meters. And David Sanayek winning heat number 6. The man from the Kenya Defense Forces who also wants to represent the country at the World Relays later this month in Xiamen, China. So we're down to heat number 7. So we are back in action with lane number heat number 7, sorry. Samson Leshao in lane number 2. Ben Obut in lane number 3. Mark Kiprop in lane number 4. Jonas Kemboi in lane number 5. Duncan Kipngeno in lane number 6. Moses Torosi in lane number 7. And Ochukut Samuel in lane number 8. So the 7th heat of the 400 meters. So we are ready for start. And off you go. It is heat number 7 of the 400 meters. Watch out for this young man in lane number 5, David Duncan Kipngeno, as he steams through, easing toward the 150. Duncan Kipngeno, Ochukut Samuel, and Moses Torosi. It is Kipngeno still in the lead, grimacing a little bit. Also watch out for Ben Obut, but then it is Torosi and Kipngeno, but Torosi just about edges out Kipngeno in the last few meters to claim victory in this 400 meters heat number 7. It was a really, really tight race between Kipngeno and Torosi, and Torosi just about used his experience to win this one. So 7 hits done, a couple of more to go. Now we're down to heat number 8. As you can see on your screens, that man, Danson Kibet, very focused heading to the starting point. So if you're joining us, It is a few minutes to 1 o'clock, 6 minutes to be precise, to 1 o'clock East African time. We are live from Nakuru, and this is the 400 meters men, and we are doing the 8th heat that has Rogers Ouma in lane number 2, Anthony Owino in lane number 3, Nicholas Kola in lane number 4, Danson Kibet in lane number 5, Justice Kipkoech in lane number 6, Evans Boriga in lane number 7, and Hilary Kiplangat in lane number 8. So we are ready for start in the 8th heat of the 400 meters. Already done 7 hits with Zayanek winning heat number 7. Imba will also have hits. 5 more hits to go after this one. Hit number 9 will have the likes of Kelvin Kipkirui, who starred in Mumias during the first Athletics Kenya Betika weekend series. But right now it's all about hit number 8. Rogers, Anthony, Nicholas, Danson, Justice, Evans, and Hillary. And the crowd at the Afraha Stadium just waiting to see every piece of action here. So hit number 8. And there you go, hit number 8 of the 400 meters. Nicholas Kola in lane number 4. Assuming the lead for the first time, and he seems to be enjoying that very lead. Danson Kibet in the red bib. From the outside, Hilary Kiplangat. Now the field is stretching a little bit. Nicholas Kola in the blue bib, neck to neck with Danson Kibet. It is Danson Kibet and versus Nicholas Kola. Who has it? Who has what it takes to see this through? I think it will be Danson Kibet. Oh, Evans Boriga out of nowhere. Very interesting. Evans Boriga, who was way back, took advantage of Danson and Nicholas' lackluster performance in the last few meters of this one to win this one. So he just came from nowhere to win the 400 meters hit number 8. It's not the first time we're witnessing this, because in the 100 meters we also witnessed a couple of surprises from athletes who nobody really expected them to win. And of course, Mr. Boriga just came from nowhere to win hit number 8. And can assure you more surprises will be coming in as we head to the next hit, because hit number 9 is just about to begin. Of course, as usual, we begin with hit number 2. But Evans Boriga will be confirming the timings, winner of hit number 8. And now to this one, where we have Sosten Kipkoech in lane number 2. Okay, in lane number 5, as you can see on your screens, that is Jared Momanya, very experienced athlete there representing the Kenya Defense Forces. Jared Boriga, Jared Momanyi, Erastus Mbaluka will be running in lane number 4. Edward Ngunjiri in lane number 3. That man there, Jared Momanyi, the favorite to win this one. In lane number 7, Vincent Kipkoech and Kelvin Kipkirui in lane number 8. And of course, I'm joined by Coach Dam. you've witnessed the heat number 8 of the 400 meters. From nowhere, this man, Evans Boriga, won this race tactically. Is it the best thing to do because he just won it, like, let's say, a couple of meters as the likes of Jared were just navigating through and assuming that we had this lead?
I think that is the coming up of new talents and new sprinters into the trade, because nobody would have expected a new person to just come strong and win, beating the renowned athletes on the track. And surprisingly, very many other new names are now coming up from the sprinters, and I think that's a very good and very promising way to go.
Of course, we'll be telling us in a bit the importance of having this huge number. Of course, next week at Nyayo National Stadium, we'll be having the sprint races and, of course, trials for the world relays that will be happening in China at the end of the month. But right now, the focus shifts to heat number 9 of the 400 meters. In a bit, we'll be getting more from coach. And, of course, we are looking at this one. And off they go very smoothly. Watch out for this man, Jared Momanyi of Kenya Defence Forces. This is a very experienced 400-meter runner. And you can see from the onset in lane number 5, he knows exactly how to navigate through this track. The tartan track is new. The tartan track is blue. The tartan track is fresh. And, of course, it is fast. It's here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. Jared Momanyi currently leading. Gabriel Lamoy, Kelvin Kipkorir in lane number 8. Also another big name that we'll be looking forward to see if they can create a surprise here as they head to the 150. It is still Jared Momanyi in the lead. Kelvin struggling a little bit, but then it is this man, Jared Momanyi, as we said, winning this one. Very comfortable. The man from the National Police Service teams to victory to claim heat number 9. But as we were talking about this, and of course the world relay is coming up in a month, in less than a month's time, what do you feel Kenyans need to do? Of course, we are talking about the sprinters. We're talking about the likes of Mweresa, Kipkurui, the likes of we've seen Sanayek. These athletes that, of course, some of them went to Miramas and. Of course, they had a very good experience. What do you expect from Team Kenya, first of all, and what should they do to ensure that at least they do something that will put them in the top 14 for the World Championships?
Yes, I think now that a relay event is a combination of sprinters, what needs to be done is that after now getting the best sprinters in each category, say the 4x100 meters, the 4x400 meters, after now having the top sprinters in that specific category, is now to go for the techniques, the changeover of the pattern from one athlete to the other. That one alone is one of the techniques that, if not taken care of and built on, it will cost us a lot. You can be having a very fast, the fastest 4 athletes, but the pattern changeover from one person to another can cost a country dearly. So after that, we now need to concentrate on now training them on how to pass the baton from one person to the other.
I'm sure you've been witnessing what has been happening globally in the sprints, whereby in the relays, of course, looking at how the trends have been. Nobody is a favorite heading into the championships. What kind of preparations need to be done by Team Kenya for those who will be going to Germany?
Yes, I think many of the young upcoming athletes needed some exposure, so that when they get to the world stage, they will be ready to withhold the pressure of the other senior athletes who have been competing. Given that this year we will be having the new event of 4x100 meters mixed, whereby we will have ladies and men. For that to happen, we need now to plan on how we will execute that, because it has never happened before. We are doing it for the first time, and we need now to see how it will happen, the changeover from a lady to a man. And that's a technique that we need to perfect before we go to the world stage.
Of course, you're talking about the shorter version, the 4x100, and we'll be talking about that in a bit, because the 10th heat of the 400 meters is underway. And of course, on your screens, Peter Karaoke in lane number 2, Kesio Kiplimo in lane number 3, Geoffrey Waweru in lane number 4, Emmanuel Kibet in lane number 5, John Kiengo, Kennedy Cheruyot, and Nicholas Kerina. And now leading, of course, is John Kiengo. Let's see how if he can hold on to that one. But then this man from the outside, Nicholas Kering, he knows that he has the long strides. Let's see if he can use the long strides to come in and claim victory in this one as they head into the 150. Of course, there is a slight change, and this man running in lane number 4, Geoffrey Waweru, steaming away. He knows that he has the chance to win this one, and of course, that distance is just too huge. He's gonna win this 10th hit of the 400 meters. Tactical there, coach. He knew exactly, and they normally say on the 150, that is where it all changes.
True, in 400 meters, you now need to have enough energy for the last 100 or 150 meters towards the finish line. If you are faster in the first part of the field and you do not have a reserve energy for the finish, still you will be beaten to the last. But when you see the winner, the immediate winner of this hit, is that he executed very well. That the last part of the field, he had some energy and some power. And that's one of the techniques that the 400 meters athletes need to use always.
Of course, it's all about technique, and of course, the lactic acid creeps in. And we also see how these athletes behave. As a coach, and of course, one who's experienced all this happening, the 400 meters and the 800 meters, how do you conduct, especially the 800 meters where there's a split?
I think also for the 800 meters, I'm not so much expert in that, but I know always that for you to run very well, you should balance your energy between the first 400 meters. Many athletes are doing it at around 49, 50 to 51. And after now doing the 51 in the first 400 meters, you should now have another energy to do almost the same time or slightly slower. So for you to have that, you should have done a good training so that after running the 51 or 52 seconds in 400 meters, you will be able again to run another maybe 52 or 53. So it needs the energy distribution and balancing, which comes from a well-calculated training program.
And I'm sure not many people have talked about this. Maybe Victor asked you, but I'll ask you again about this tartan track here in Nakuru. In your views, is it going to give us the best during this weekend?
Nakuru, since a long time, has been posting good timings in terms of track events. And now that the track is having a tartan, it will give us a very good time, especially in sprints. Given that today the weather is conducive for the events, I believe we will have many athletes doing their season best, if not personal best. Many of them will do the season best, and we hope as we go for the finals tomorrow, they will be able to register many good timings.
Last time you were here, of course, it was a Maram track, and of course, what's the difference between running on this tartan and Maram? You know, maybe on the expert know the difference, but now let's say the viewer who's viewing across the globe, they want really to know what kind of energy is used on tartan, and of course, what energy is used on Maram.
You know, for a tartan track, you always have an even level to run on, as compared to a Maram track, whereby sometimes you can get some holes around or some down depressions along the track. But if you are in a tartan track, you will be always sure that you are running on a flat surface, whereby if you are now to distribute your energy and run, you are sure that there is no way you can get an injury. Many athletes who run at the Maram track fear getting the injury because of the way the track is. You can step on some stones or any other object that is on the track. But on a tartan track, you are always ready to give your best, given that there is no any other fear for an athlete.
The 11th heat of the 400 meters taking shape right now as athletes gather to ensure that they are in good shape. But then this man running in lane number 4, that's Mark Napayok, of course, coming in. And Kennedy Kimeu is the man in the lead currently, and he'll be winning this 400 meters. 2 more to go here at the Afraha Stadium, and you've heard about the beauty of running on tartan, whereby you run on an even surface, and a surface that has been actually tested, and of course has the best conditions for each and every athlete to run on. Even the fear of getting an injury is limited on the tartan track. And of course, we just before I release you, because I know you want to concentrate also with your athletes. Maybe your last words. This year we hosting the Kip Keino Classic. Of course, the dates have been confirmed for next month, and of course we'll have the national trials, and then we'll have the World Athletics Championships in September. Maybe your expectations, you as a coach and of course as a Kenyan.
What I can say to these sprinters is that the future is promising. Currently, we have so many both national and international events prepared for the sprinters. And if you concentrate and invest well in your training, certainly you will get an opportunity to be an international athlete. Come the beginning of the outdoor games, which are now beginning, it's the best opportunity for all of you to showcase your capabilities, and the future is promising. Keep training, avoid the use of any other unauthorized substance, and the future is promising.
All the future is promising. Thank you so much, Coach, and all the best as you prepare the team for the upcoming assignments. It's been a pleasure having you around. And of course, right now we shift focus to heat number 12 of the 400 meters. This is a heat that has a couple of good names. We have Andrew Oronyi. We have Elkanah Chemelil in lane number 6, Tinega Brian in lane number 7, Gilbert Kipkurui in lane number 8. So Andrew Oronyi in lane number 1, Thomas Omalo in lane number 3, Emmanuel Leteipa in lane number 4, Marlon Kiprono, Elkanah Chemelil, Tinega Brian, and Gilbert Kipkurui. Brian Tinega, very experienced. Emmanuel Teipa, Elkanah Chemelil. So we're ready for heat number 12, the second last heat of the 400 meters. Andrew, Thomas, Emmanuel, Marlon, Elkanah, Tinega, and Gilbert. Off they go. Brian Tinega, Elkanah Chemelil. Some of the athletes to watch out for. And Tinega straight away sprints away from the rest. He looks like a man who is possessed. Look at him in 910. Tinega Brian, he knows that this is his chance to reign supreme over Elkanah Chemelil, who is coming in second at the moment. But it is Brian Tinega right now currently assuming that lead as they head to the home stretch, into the 120, into the 110, into the 100 right now. It is Brian Tinega, Elkanah currently in second, but then watch out for Tom Emmanuel in lane number 3, but then it will be Brian just about winning this one. Because one more hit to go. In hit number 13, in lane number 2, Collins Kimutai. In lane number 3, Desmond Birech. Edwin Kimutai in lane number 4. Shem Kiprono in lane number 5. Yenjok Ayul in lane number 6. The tall man, and the man indicating from Nyanza North, Daniel Ndiwa and Isaac Kipkoske. Remember, we are here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. bringing you every bit and every piece of action. Courtesy of Athletics Kenya and Betika. Award ceremonies, of course, will be coming later on. And as usual, we have to remind you that standard entry time for the World Athletics Championships is 44.85 in the 400 meters men and 50.75 in the 400 meters women. So plenty of time to improve, plenty of time to scan and ensure that everything is in order. Field events also going on. The discus throw women, for of course we're done with the 400 meters women, the hits, and of course this is the last hit in the 400 meters men. 13 hits in total. We'll be waiting to hear what is coming up next. But this is hit number 13 of the 400 meters. Brian Kipkurui, Samuel Tingisia, Bravin Ririmoy, Isaiah Salayek, David Sanayek, Duncan Garo, Evans Kipleting. So it is the tall figure of Ayul, but then it is Isaac Kosgei, I think, who will be winning this one from lane number 5. Of course, Shem Kiprono, of course. Sorry about that. Shem Kiprono finishing us off, winning the 13th hit of the 400 meters. 200 meters heat number 2, Maureen Cherono in lane number 2, Faith Mweni in lane number 3, Susan Nyambura, the referee, in lane number 4, Brenda Matsitsa, the cousin to Esther Mbagari, in lane number 5, Mercy Obiero in lane number 6, and Ivan Mwangala. And off they go, the 200 meters heat number 2 here at the Afraha Stadium. Now it's a battle between Matsitsa and Nyambura. Nyambura coming in from the outside, but then it's Brenda Matsitsa who is actually winning this one. She might have just pulled a hamstring, but just managed to go through. I don't know the extent of that pull. But Brenda Matsitsa, winner of the second heat in the 200 meters.
Indeed, that was the second heat of the women's 200 meters here at the Afraha Stadium. Quite a draining and fast heat compared to the first one. The weather is slowly changing. The temperatures are going low. On your screen, we see the President of Athletics Kenya, the Chair General Tuwei. As the participants for the third heat get ready for the start of the race. Participants here and everyone here at the stadium is being entertained. So we are waiting for the start of heat number 3. We can see Athletics Kenya President having a chat there on the stands, and the race has taken off. That is heat number 3. Indeed, we are coming to you live from the Afraha Stadium. This is the fourth leg of Athletics Kenya Betika track and field meet being held in this Rift Valley town. This is the women's 200 meters race. This is heat number 4. The stadium is slowly getting full, and off they go off their blocks. You can hear cheers from the crowds. And indeed, Siombua is sprinting, but she seems to be losing it, and she's gonna finish in position 3. The race has just ended. The stadium is slowly getting full as the day goes by. Perhaps those who are at home and probably watching us live, catching a glimpse of what is happening here, have decided to come and see the athletes physically. And also, going by the size of this stadium, you wouldn't compare it to other facilities in the country. The newly built stands for the fans are big, and they can accommodate so many people. As participants for the next heat get ready, just setting their blocks, ensuring that everything is okay. Setting their blocks, ensuring everything is okay, and just the last minute preparation. Remember, some of them had taken part in their 100 meters, so now they are doing the 200 meters charity. The large numbers in the sprints. What do you have to say about that?
It's been motivated by the prize money. We also have the bingo fest that has been going on over the holiday and over the break, and the athletes have been active. Hence, that is why you've seen that there's an influx. And then there is also the World Relays Championship that is coming up on 10th to 11th of May. So the trials will be next week on Saturday. The list of invited athletes will be shared probably during the course of the week for the ones who will be going. And then we also have, currently we have the 200 meters women going on. I'm going to hand you over.
This is Masio Cage. Masio Cage has just won the race. It seemed easy for her. She didn't break a sweat, leading from gun to tape. And as I always say, I will always like these reactions. I always want to hear what they always talk here at the final, at the tape. Yeah, and probably have a boom mic that captures that natural sound, because I think that's where the real reaction is. You didn't compare that to the side interviews that are normally done after the races. Over the years, we've had an interest in sprints, both in men and women. Why do you think that is so? Is it the Omanyala fever?
Yeah, you see, when Omanyala came in, it showed that it's possible, anyone can do it. And then there is also the relationship that was opened through him with the Athletics Kenya and Miramas for the sprinters. It's a development. It's more of developmental, and it has been helping the athletes for sprints. That is why you saw last year we also had quite a good number of athletes in the Olympics, and some went ahead of the rest, so that they could continue with the training and sharpening of the skills. From then, everything has been improving on steadily.
Now we are waiting the start of the men's 100 meters. And they are getting ready to start the race, setting their blocks, perhaps doing last minute preparations as we await the start. The start of the 200 meters men's final. That is heat number 1, not a final. We are waiting the start of the 200 meters men. Off they go. That is heat number 1. First heat of the men's 200 meters. Seems to be a very tough duel here. Very tough duel here, but athlete in nail number 7 takes it. Meshak Babu has won the first heat of the men's 400 meters race. Heat number 3 is about to begin. The sprinters ensuring that their blocks are well set and ready for takeoff. In lane number 1, we have lane number 2, we have Stenbridge Rono, Benson Lekishon, Wilson Toitoek, Robin Wanjala, and off they go. Very clean finish. Nice finish. And now the contention is between Martin Juma and Benson Lekishon. Benson Lekishon dashes to the finish, sprinting nicely. And Robin Wanjala comes in second. Benson Lekishon finishing first. The winners of the women's 5,000 meters had Cynthia Chepngeno a time of 15.286 seconds, Gladys Jeptekeny 15 minutes 29.6 seconds, Cynthia Chepkurui was third, Mercy Chepkemoi was fourth, and Rebecca Mwangi was fifth. The qualifying time for the 5,000 meters the race for the women is 14.50. So indeed, no one there ran a sub 14.51. On to the fourth heat of the men's 200 meters. And we have Gregory Collins, lane 1, 2, Luther Kamau, 3, Ekwam Sablon, Kibet Vincent, lane 4, lane 5, Magoa Griffin, Nelson Biwott, and Innocent Kadima in lane number 8. Kadima there getting ready, preparations, last minute preparations just before he gets off the blocks. Off they go. Innocent Kadima has taken off, but Ekwam is coming in lane 4 easily, easing, and has taken an early lead. Seems it's his own race. Zablon Ekwam is on the lead, and indeed he's gonna win this very easy. He didn't seem to tire there. It wasn't difficult for him in any way. Zablon Ekwam is a name to watch in the 400 meters. He also seems to be a crowd favorite. He's an Olympian. He ran a personal best last year in Nairobi. He did a 44.69. So far, he's the only athlete who has qualified over the distance, having ran a sub 45. He's previously held the national 400 meters title. That is in 2023 when he ran a personal best of 45.47 in an event where he also took part in the mixed relays. He was also part of the men's relays at the World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary in 2023. In 2024, he went forward and took part at the World Athletics Indoor Championships in Glasgow, Scotland, in the 4x4 men's race. He was part of the Kenyan team that set an indoor record, the African relay indoor record of 3 minutes 6.96 seconds to break a long-standing continental record that had been held by Nigeria. In the same year, he further lowered his personal best from 45.47 to 45.19 at the World Relays Trials held at in Nairobi. At the Paralympics, he did run a qualifying time and a personal best of 44.69. That was the qualifying for the Paralympics. And indeed, that is a name to watch over the distance. A native of Todonyang in Turkana County. On your screen, we have the fifth heat of the women's 200 meters. There seemed to be a technical heat, perhaps a full start. And in this heat, we have Shadrach Limo lane 2, Simani Regao lane 3, a person to watch. Kelvin Tauten lane 4, Emmanuel Arpey lane 5, another person to watch. Zakayo Kipchumba lane 6, Elkana Sabila lane 7, and Dennis Mugo. Indeed, this might end up being a very fast hit compared to all the other hits that we've seen so far, with the likes of Sabila, Tauta, Larpey, and Regao. For the second time, there seems to be a problem there, and indeed someone is going to receive marching orders, if not a warning. Off they go. That is hit number 5 of the men's 200 meters. Simani Regao on the lead. Simani Regao seems to be dropping off, and Elkana Sabila has taken the lead. I don't know why Regao has a very good start, but when it comes midway through the race, he seems to be losing his stamina. But a very young athlete, he has time to build up and also grow. And indeed, a wake-up call to the coaches. He needs a little bit of polishing up, but his physique, his technique is good. He's starting, how he's taking the corners, how he's beating the wind, his arms. But seems experience did sort of letting down, but he has a bright future to go. As you watch the replay, we have hit 6 of the men's 200 meters. We have in lane 2 Kevin Joktan Wambua, Jonathan in lane 3, Robinson Motende lane 4, Michael Njuguna lane 5, Eliud Kiprop lane 6, Pius Muya lane 7, and Kevin Kipkorir in lane number 8. Yeah, looking at the replay, you see Regao was almost on the lead. He negotiated the corner well. Look at his physique, how he's beating his arms, beating the wind. But Elkana Sabila seemed to have had the secret hiding at the corner, with Kelvin Tauta coming in second. Closely. Very close to Simani Regao. Now on your screen you have hit number 6 of the men's 200 meters. Robinson Motende has taken the lead, and Robinson Motende easily wins the race, having taken the lead soon after a few meters. Next on the track are the 400 meters athletes who should be coming in, and that will be the semi-finals before they sail to the finals, which will probably take place tomorrow. Heat number 7 has already gotten underway for the men's 200 meters, and seems to be an easy one. Seems to be an easy one for Ronald Kiprono Koech. He didn't tire, and Samuel Wasike coming in second. Ronald. Kevin Kipkorir is the winner of this heat, an athlete from the NPS, that is the National Police Service. Where a shot of the crowd mixed with athletes and fans. Others are former athletes, others are coaches. Very bright and beautiful faces. Others following us live on the Athletics Kenya social media pages. Greg, you seem to be very happy. Greg, you seem to be very happy. Have you won the race? Why are you so happy?
It's 2 p.m. East Africa time, so everything is okay. But it seems it's going to rain tonight, so it depends with where the rain will find you.
I saw you near the finish line. What took you from the broadcasting booth to the finish line? Perhaps were you a coach, were you an umpire, were you an official?
You have to learn the trade. You can be a coach, you can be an umpire, you can be an online tactician. So it all depends. But this is yet another round of the 200 meters. So many rounds, Victor. I don't know. But I have seen some very good sprinters in this one. But then you look at the technique. Look at how easy some of these sprinters are making this trade look like.
Yeah, I'd refer to heat number 4, 5, 6. And I'd say some of them were losing out on the top 3, and which will probably affect their timings depending on the heat, if they were fast hit or slow hits in terms of technique, because you see like an athlete is not beating the wind properly, and one athlete was negotiating the corner well, but once they come into full posture, another athlete has overtaken them, and that equally affects them. Like at the corner they were leading, but once they come to the last 30-40 minutes dash, somebody has overtaken them. And indeed, with preparation that we've already had, it means we also need to do some little bit of sprucing up and polishing.
And of course, it's all about how you are prepared for races, the techniques you use, and of course, all the factors. If you flap your fingers too much, then you are bound not to perform well as somebody who balances between flapping and, of course, the body stature. And we've witnessed that even in international races, where somebody who flaps the arms, beats the wind, might not perform as well as someone who has that technique, knows when to increase the pace, when to maintain, and of course how to navigate through the corners. That's in case of the races like 200, 400, 800 and other senior races. But of course, very beautiful sceneries here in Nakuru, from the stands to the fans, everywhere. So I'm really loving Nakuru, by the way. It reminds me of the years I used to stay in Nakuru, the years between 2011, 2012, 2010. Nakuru is a beautiful place to be. And I know you have grown here, you have seen it all. And of course, I don't think you're going back to Nairobi.
For security reasons, I choose not to comment, because I know that is a political statement. But indeed, this is my hometown. I have family here. We grew up here. An alumni of Moi Primary School. So I've seen this town grown. I've seen this stuff. I've utilized it. I've ran here. The days when we had Scarlet, Abeingo FC, for soccer enthusiasts of yesteryears. So this is a facility that has a lot of rich historical significance, having been there for 76 years. There goes the 9th heat of the 200 meters men's race. As I told you, you can see the athlete in lane number 5 trailing, though he left the blocks as fast. This has already gone. He Imenda. The gap is too big, and Ochieng wins it easily. We also need to recognize the input, the effort, and the presence of the Nakuru county government, who will be our hosts for this weekend meet both today and tomorrow, ensuring that everything is in place from the stadia, from the service provider, providing the county ambulance. There is a lady who's on the track. It's an elderly, it's a granny actually, who was also racing. Perhaps reminding herself of her youthful days. The faces here, Greg, show are people who really are hungry and eager to make it in the circles of athletics, especially in the sprints, having come of age and having seen the likes of Ferdinand Omanyala and other big names making it to the continental stage, if not the world stage, Greg.
And of course, as you say, it's all about, of course, posting the right times with the preparations, of course. And I'm looking at a scenario whereby most of these athletes have those ambitions. And just to remind you, the entry standards for the World Athletics Championships, we started at 100 meters where it's 10 seconds flat for men, 11.07 for women. And for the 200 meters that right now we are doing heat number 10, it's 20.16 for the men and then 22.57 for the women. So you find out that the better preparations for these sprinters will make them edge closer to attaining that, as these athletes in heat number 10 are recalled for start in this 200 meters. So the track judge, Mr. Nicholas, has recalled the athletes as the reins draw closer. And of course, Joseph Senare in lane number 2, Weissman Were in lane number 3. There is Mandu Kevin in lane number 4, Anthony Owino in lane number 5, Anthony Kirui in lane number 6, Abednego Nguta in lane number 7, and Brian Tinega once again competing in this one. He'll be running in lane number 7. So it's the 200 meters men, heat number 10. Weissman Were, the 400 meters hurdles, and national champion. And off they go smoothly. And Weissman Were off the blocks really nicely. He wants to test his speed, but see how well he navigates through the 150, coming into the home stretch. That is Weissman Were. The rest seem to be jogging. He seems to be running. It's too easy. But then Brian Tinega comes in second.
Why did Tinega have to look at Weissman? He would easily have used that energy to cross the line as the first one. I really want to see the times they've posted, because the margin might be very minimal, a 0.01 difference. Because despite Weissman having taken off very well, leading through, at some point he was the only one in the frame of the camera, but Tinega was trailing a distance, but when he was about just to catch up like 5 meters to the finish line, he decides to turn left. Once he turned his head left, and that's it. He would have easily won the race. That is the replay of the block. You can see how Weissman took off. And this weekend we have Ferdinand Omanyala taking part in the World Athletics Continental Tour gold in Botswana. That is a gold. It's a Golden Grand Prix race, and to be the 12th of April in Gaborone. You have the likes of Bayanda Walaza from South Africa and Akani Simbine, as well as Ferdinand Omanyala, our very own, who will also be racing in that event. Look at him. He was looking. You see. That is heat number 11 that has already begun. Not a very fast hit. The running techniques vary. Roger Ouma has won that race. You can see how Roger Ouma was taking it easily. He did not break a sweat. Peter Maura tried to close in, but it was too late. And Ouma won the race. Greg, the clouds are changing, and we might expect a downpour in the next 1 hour or so.
That's the kind of weather we always experience here in Nakuru, and we're doing the last heat of the 200 meters, 12 hits in total. So Leon Muchaho in lane number 2, Yul Yedjo in lane number 3. Reminds me of Goat from Australia. There is Evans Kipngetich in lane number 4, Chris Mutuma in lane number 5, Kelvin Kipkurui, another name to watch, in lane number 6, and Abdul Kipkoech in lane number 7. So it is the last heat of the 200 meters men that we are just about to begin the last heat of the 200 meters as the rain threatens to pour here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. But that's the last heat of the 200 meters. Kelvin Kipkurui trying so hard to navigate that one, but then it is Abdul Kipkoech in the lead. But then watch out for Ayul and Leon Muchaho. But then it is Kelvin Kipkurui. Actually, it's Abdul Kipkoech claiming victory in the 200 meters, just about edging out Kelvin Kipkurui. Just witness yet again how it unfolded. The 800 meters final, semi-final underway. It's heat number 1. A race that is always known to produce good and great things for the Kenyan athletes. Several hits in the 800 meters. We're waiting to confirm who is actually in this first hit. If you're joining us, we are live from the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru on day 1 of as they hit the bell, the 800 meters, an event that has always been dominated by the Kenyans. So Namgloria's Chepchumba, just as she did in Mumias, will she be able to maintain her lead? But then she's facing stiff competition from Maureen Chepkirui. The two shoulder to shoulder, neck to neck, toe to toe, stride for stride. It is Maureen Chepkirui from the inside, from the outside, trying to shoulder off Namglorias. But then Namglorias, the two training partners, are shoulder to shoulder. Who's going to emerge victorious? It's just about, but it's Chepkirui who beats her training partner to win the first heat of the 800 meters. Quite a tactical race. The two of them, of course, trained together, and Namglorias this time round wasn't able to match Maureen Chepkirui's prowess, and of course, there's Mercy and Maureen. Maureen winning the 800 meters heat number 1. Nancy Jepkemoi, Emily Cherotich, Milka Maturu, Joan Chepkorir, Faith Jerono, Sheila Chepkoech, Miriam Chepsang, Silva Chepcherop, Mildred Alukwe, Purity Chepkoech, and Mary Adome will be in heat number 2 of the 800 meters. Of course, the weather also changing in very fast. And with so Maureen Chepkirui winning that one. Of course, there was a cheer for Josephine Jelagat, the Masters athlete who finished in 8th position. So we headed to heat number 2 of the 800 meters. Nancy Jepkemoi leading the rest. You can see Mary Adom with a very unique hairstyle, the tallest of these athletes here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. Sylvia Cherop also aiming to make history of our own. Brush shoulders with the likes of Mary Mora. So 2 laps of the 800 meters, the second heat. Mary Adom, the tallest of these athletes, currently in 3rd place, but in the lead currently is Sheila Chepkoech. So Sheila Chepkoskei takes the lead as they hit the barrel. The youngster with her long strides. Adom falling way back, but it is Sheila Chepkoskei, the very healthy lead heading into the last 200. Sheila Chepkoskei. Sheila Chepkoskei, of course, enjoying a very healthy lead ahead of Nancy Jepkemoi. The others trying so hard to close by, but then Sheila enjoying a healthy lead as she heads towards the last 100 meters of this race. Nancy Jepkemei trying so hard to catch up with Sheila, but then Sheila looks really strong and she will be winning this one very comfortably, the second heat of the 800 meters. In the third heat, of course, Yusta Maina, Otundo Mbagina, Apolsina Manani, Mary Ngige, Dorcas Munyiva, Purity Chepkirui, Vikoti Chemutai, Emily Jerop, Jacinta Apese, Mercy Cherop, Evelyn Wamboi, Anita Jepkoech. This is the third heat of the 800 meters women semi-final, as they ease through the 200 meters. As they come through 650 meters down. Jacinta Apetse in second place currently as they hit the bell. Will she use her strides to her advantage? She has very long strides. To advantage, of course, they are breaking away from the rest of the pack. It's now become a two-horse race. The third heat of the 800 meters. It is Purity Chepkirui, of course, enjoying that lead. She's very experienced. She knows how to navigate through this one as she goes to the 120. That is Purity Chepkirui steaming away from Apetse. It is Purity Chepkirui who will be coming home ahead of Apese to win the third heat of the 800 meters. So it is Purity Chepkirui claiming victory in heat number 3, Apese coming in second. So the rains have begun pouring here in Nakuru. So we're waiting to see if we shall be continuing with this or to be carried on to tomorrow, because there's one more heat of the 800 meters that is yet to take place. The one with Joan Cherono, and of course they hit the track. Sandra Chepkoech, Vivian Chelangat, Naomi Khaemba, Sheila Chepkoech, Maureen Jeruto, Edina Mora, Esther Mora, Vanis Kerubo, Alice Moron, Sarah Mora, and Josephine Nyakori. So coming up is the fourth heat of the 800 meters. And off they go. It is the fourth heat of the 800 meters. The Moras are in the mix. Who's going to reign supreme in this one? We're yet to see. It is a two-lap race. Joan Cherono also another name that comes in. Of course, Sandra Chepkoech, Vivian Chelangat, Naomi Khaemba. That is Joan Cherono. That is Joan Cherono currently enjoying that lead. Sarah Mora currently in third. It's all about endurance. It's all about the technical ability to know when and where to navigate. But Joan Cherono leads as they hit the bell. Joan Cherono, remember, a specialist in the 800 meters. But then this is a different ball game. Sarah Mora now closes the gap between her and Joan. Sarah Mora hits the front. Joan just fell off. Two athletes just decided, okay, we are not going to finish this. Maybe it's a technical problem. Maybe it's an injury or something. Or they were just pacemaking for Sarah Mora, who is way ahead of the rest of the pack. What time will she be posting here? Remember, we talked about the entry standards for the World Athletics Championships for the women. And of course, I'm looking at this one. It is 1 minute 59 seconds. So Sarah Mora, after missing out in the Olympics, she wants to make a mark and ensure that she qualifies for the World Athletics Championships, and she's way ahead of the rest of the pack. Sarah Mora, the cousin to Mary Mora, she is learning from the best. She has been doing this for quite a while, and this is her. She's gonna win the fourth heat of the 800 meters women.
I like how she opened the gap. Looked easy for her. She's even smiling. You can see her congratulating her colleague, hugging her. And indeed, this comes with experience. Already, the skies have decided to open up here at the Afraha Stadium. It is raining. Not very heavy, but it could have a cooling effect on some athletes. It could also not be very conducive for some athletes, especially the sprinters, because of the chilly weather. So now we are on to the men's race. The 800 meters men's race has just gotten underway. Remember, this is a race that Kenya has continued to dominate with the likes of Emmanuel Wanyonyi showing his exploits at the Olympic Games. David Rudisha as well, breaking the record at the 2012 London Olympic Games. So this is a race that indeed Kenya rarely fails to bag a medal or missing out on the podium finish. Emmanuel Onyonyi neared running under sub 140 like David Rudisha, but it was not possible. He did a 141.19 seconds. Other notable names that have continued to shine over the distance are Emmanuel Korir, Alfred Kirwa, and we are coming to the final stretch of the men's 100 meters, and on the lead we have the race is just ended, and you're waiting for the start of the second heat of the men's 100 meters. Sorry, men's 800 meters here at the Afraha Stadium. The results for the women's triple jump, we had Faith Kipsang jumping 12.55 meters, Gloria Muley coming in second. The race has just gotten underway, and it is a full house. Dennis Cheriot, Dennis Kipchirchir, Felix Ngeno, Dismas Kibet, Robert Sifuna, Dennis Ekai, Collins Kipketer, Shadra Kipkoske, and David Kipkoske. On the lead is David Kipkoske, and seems the lead has just switched and changed over the last couple of minutes. Now we have Daniel Ekai on the lead. Coming on the right side, we have Robert Sifuna. Ekai on the lead. He's lost it to Sifuna. Now David Kipkoske as they go for the final lap. I hope Robert Sifuna is gonna maintain, having opened up and equally looking at his physique. One would not think that he would have the stamina to lead all through, but it seems he's gonna take it. I don't know. I mean, he came in as an underdog. Greg, is there any hidden science behind here? I don't know what I'm seeing, but I think the lad has won the race.
Manuel Wanyonyi began like that, and of course, the technique he's using, I think it's almost the same as that of Wanyonyi. You lead from the front, from the gun to tape, and that's what Mr. Dennis has done.
I'm looking at what Robert Sifuna. I mean, you can look at the physique of an athlete, his athleticism. He seems to be. He looks very strong. He looks like probably a 200 or 100 meter athlete. That's why I was saying I was doubting if he would have done what he did in 800 meters. And even you can see the other athletes pointing at him. They're equally surprised how he managed to lead at the bell and went and won. Perhaps let's see the time that he has posted as we await for the start of the second heat. The athletes are getting ready, taking the vantage positions, the vantage spots, and off they go. The gun has just sounded. Seems to be a tough one here. Henry Kipkoskei, Kiprop, Jonah, Henry Mwoka, Kipmotich Franklin, Kirui Nicodemus, Ivan Kibet Koros, Hilary Kemoi, Collins Kemoi, Dominic Parngetun, and Samuel Nzibo. On the lead, we have Henry Kosgei in bib number 472. Samuel Nzibo is slowly closing in on the left flank. Kipngetich Franklin is also coming in on the right flank from NYS. And indeed, we just discussed about the involvement of NYS in this athletics meets. And they seem to be a force to reckon with in the coming years, perhaps. So the tables are changing in the leading pack. But the man from NYS, Collins Kwemoy, seems to be leading. Another athlete is coming in forward, Dominic Bargetun. I like this race, Greg, how they keep changing from this position to this position. Number 1 has become number 3 at some point. Now we have Nicodemus Kirui, who's come from behind, chasing Dominic Bargetuni as much as Dominic Bargetuni has won. Nicodemus was also coming in very nicely.
Tactical race there. Of course, Nicodemus and Bargetuni each trying to ensure that they finish in the top positions. And as we say, some like running from the front, some like running from the back, and they seem to be training partners. You see they have the same attire. So maybe it's all about the tactics, who was in a better shape, and that is what has been happening here. So that was the third hit of the 800 meters. I'm just trying to see if, I don't know how many hits are there, because for the ladies, we had a couple of hits. And of course,
this could be the last hit. I think it was coming last. As I say, I always admire such a sportsmanship and athleticism.
just going through some of the results from today's races. Cynthia Chapngeno, winner of the 5,000 meters women. Of course, Daniel Munguti won hit 3 of the 1,500 meters ahead of Charles Simoto. And Vincent Ketoros, of course, won his heat in a time of 3 minutes 38.29 seconds. Now this is the second heat, the fourth heat of the 800 meters. This heat number 4. It's Alan Cheminingwa in this hit as they hit the bell. Alan Cheminingwa currently in second place. Alan Kipiego now hits the front for the first time. Cheminingwa in third, Kipiego in second. Kipiego just easing. Cheminingwa from the outside. Cheminingwa from the outside. Is he gonna win it? The fastest man over the 800 meters this season. Alan Kipiego not really having anything to throw, but it will be Cheminingwa winning hit number 4 of the 800 meters.
And also results are coming here for the men's 200 meters hits. We have fastest qualifiers as Zablon Ekwam having done a 20.5. We have Elkana Sabila 20.8 seconds, Samuel Shege 20.9 seconds, and Meshak Babu 20.9 seconds. Well, as the race gets to a sprint finish, big shout out to Boniface Zambani, proprietor of Bochen Sports. Despite being a football enthusiast, is also a fan of athletics.
And of course, her sister is around, Alexina, former national captain, the handball, women handball team, multi-talented. Of course, she's here to support some of her colleagues from the Lanet, is it called the Lanet Garrison? Yes, here in Nakuru County. So it is happening here at the Afraha Stadium. Slight showers, and of course that does not stop action from taking place. And we've just witnessed heat number 4 of the 800 meters. We are into the 5th heat of this one. Quite a huge turnout today, close to 1,200 athletes who've been here trying out to see if they can actually write some history as what we've heard. The 200 meters has a very interesting story. If those results are ratified, then I think we are well into a better position to qualify for the World Athletics Championship. But that's Reynold Chariot with this unique running style, of course, dominated the 2-kilometer loop races in the national cross-country series. And you can see Reynold, a very experienced runner, push and shove there as they navigate through the 150-meter mark heading into the first lap of this one. So Reynold Chariot in his usual fashion with that bling on his neck. Reynold Chariot, of course, he won the 2-kilometer loop race during the national cross-country series, the Bomet leg, and he did also wonders during the national cross-country championships at the Elrod Sports Club. So he is in pole position here at the Afraha Stadium in heat number 5 of the 800 meters. Will he maintain that good run that he's had over the last few seasons? For joining us, it is the 5th heat of the 800 meters. Reynold checks over his shoulder to see who is his closest challenger. They're still neck to neck, toe to toe, held shoulder to shoulder. Now it goes down to the wire as they look to size up each other on that corner. Reynold trying so hard to maintain that lead. He is experienced. Is he able to do that? Is he grimacing? No, he is not. He's got the kick. Reynold Chariot, but then from the outside, there's a real threat. But then Reynold Chariot, will he do it? Yes, he does. Just about. It's a photo finish, but then Reynold just shows the resilience that he's had over the last couple of months from the National Cross Country Series to the National Cross Country Championship, and now he is here trying to prove a point in this 800 meters. Jeremiah Mutai Kipkorir, the winner of heat number 7 of the 800 meters. So the 8th heat is just about to start, and I'm informed the 9th heat is also coming up. So in heat number 8, Vincent Kiro, Cosmas Kiplangat, Kipkurui Patrick, Alex Mututua, Fitelis Felix Kitungat. Then there is Nashon Tambe, Cosmas Maloba, Evans Koech, Elijah Kipchumba, Nahor Kipchumba, and Dennis Kiplimo. Heat number 8 of the 800 meters. Tall figures there. Now taking the inside lane.
I just want to mention Cosmas Maloba and bib number 001 in the lead. I did meet Cosmas Maloba training in Nyahururu fresh from high school back in around 2009, 2010. At the time also Samuel Kamau Wanjiru, the late Samuel Wanjiru, was also training in Nyahururu. And I've seen him grown with his zeal to make it in 800 meters. He sailed through and managed to join the forces. And I've not seen him personally. He's a personal friend, but we just talk on social media. So I'm looking forward to seeing him, but I've been seeing what he's been posting over the leg. So this is another lad that has always wanted to make it in 800 meters.
Nation, of course. But right now it's all about who's going to win this one. And of course, Cosmas Maloba, the man we are talking about, he's now stretching his lead. Of course, he's facing stiff competition. But then will Cosmas Maloba hang on to win there? He's being cheered by the crowd. But then he seems to have run out of steam. It is going to be very, very tight. Cosmas and, of course, Vincent Kirwa. But Vincent Kirwa uses his experience just to edge out Cosmas Maloba. And Vincent Kirwa claims victory in heat number 8. And we just talked about how he was going to navigate through this one. Cosmas Maloba, of course, ensuring that he is in the next round. Vincent Kirwa, of course, claiming victory in the 800 meters. And right now we going to heat number 9 of the 800 meters. Vincent Kipkosgei, Henry Kipruto, Edwin Koech, Nixon Cheriot, Kiplagat Kip Koech, Clinton Kimutai, Kim Tai, Laban Rotich, Kipchechir Emon, Silas Kemboi, and Amos Kiplangat and Kip Kemoi Bet. As they navigate through the rain here in Nakuru, it is the 9th heat of the .800 meters. You can see the rain hitting really hard on some of these athletes' faces. Henry Kipruto, a very unique movement as he hits the bell He is in the lead. Henry Kipruto, he is flying away. Henry Kipruto, he doesn't want to take any chances in this one. He's extended a very healthy lead, but the problem is, will he have that final kick? Because he's way ahead of the rest. Henry Kipruto trying so hard as he goes into the last 300. He seems to be slowing down, and they are catching up with him. It's Henry Kipruto who's run out of steam. He's grimacing. He's been overtaken, and now the lead goes to Silas Kiprono. Clinton Kimutai now. He's fallen to second. It's been a seesaw over race. Clinton now falls into second place. But it will be Emon who wins this one. I think he's the one who just won that one ahead of Clinton Kimutai. The 9th heat of it's Amon Kipchirchir, yes, winner of heat number 9 of the 800 meters, finishing ahead of Clinton. So that signals the end of the 9th heat. We are into the 10th heat. We'll be updating you. So heat number 10. This will be the last heat in the 800 meters. So the 10th heat of the 800 meters is underway. We'll have the semifinals of the 100 meters also coming up later on. But this is the 10th heat of the 800 meters. Abraham Emaru, Vincent Kibet, Matthew Rono, Ronald Kiprop, Shadrach Kipngetich, Peter Kuria, Ezekiel Limo, Meshak Tialal, Theophilus Bahati, and Thorn Abraham Goat. Thorn Abraham Goat is currently in second with his long strides, running like Michael Arop. There you go. Thorn Abraham Goat. Is he gonna do the Goat miracle here in Nakuru? He seems to be really strong. This man from South Sudan is enjoying a very healthy lead, but on the home stretch, he checks over his shoulder. I think that is where he might have just gotten it wrong. But then Goat, will he manage to see this through? He's being cheered on. And he wins the 10th heat of the 800 meters. Thorn Abraham Goat. The man from South Sudan finishes off the 800 meters in style, claiming victory in this race. So the 800 meters done and dusted here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. Of course, rainy conditions, but the races have to go on as we hit the 3 p.m. mark. The sizable crowd here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru, watching every bit of action on day one of the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Weekend Meet. Nakuru Afraha Stadium for the first time open to the public, and it is athletics that got us underway. 2 days of action here, and of course I'm being informed that we have the 100-meter semifinals, starting the women semifinals that will be coming up in a bit. The track judges, of course, ensuring that everything is in order for the event. So we are just about to begin the 100-meter semi-final. We are ready for the 100-meter semis. Athletes fixing the blocks to ensure that nothing is taken for granted before they hit the track. For joining us, we are live from Afraha Stadium, a place that has 76 years of heritage, culture, and of course pride. Results from the field events, the triple jump men final. Alonzo Kitaita emerging victorious in that, and we'll just be giving you the results in a bit, but we are gearing up for the 100-meter semi-finals. I'm told afterwards we'll have the 400 meters finals. So Alonzo Kitaita, 15.94, Kelvin Kiprono, Gilbert Kipkemoi, Isaac Kiro, Evans Kipruto. So I'm looking at what is posted here and what is required for the World Athletics Championship. 15.94 it is for the triple jump. Yeah, and for the men, it's 17.22, the standard entry time for the triple jump. Still a lot of work to do, but my question is, Victor, are we able to recover 2 meters during this time to qualify for the World Championship?
A lot of preparation needs to be put into the works, especially we in this continent when it comes to field events. I wouldn't say it's the facilitation, but I think it's the preparation in general, because I remember the YouTube man, Julius Diego. He was self-made. And we have the winners of the 5,000 women's race who will be announced shortly, because it was a street final, and the awarding ceremony will also take place courtesy of Betika. Remember, Betika has ensured that despite the athletes having won the races, they will not go home empty-handed, at least a token. And this perhaps also is among the reasons why we have a very high turnout of athletes coming for these meets. At least they don't go home empty-handed. At least you'll have something to take home to your loved ones. for those that have loved ones. So now we have the 100 meters, that is the semi-finals. For the women, and tomorrow we'll have the finals. After the women's semi-finals, we'll have the men's as well. Then the 3,000 meter steeplechase, which will be a straight final. Then it will be followed by the sprint semi-finals, that is the 200 meter semi-finals and the 800 meter semi-finals. Perhaps, Greg, having the steeplechase in between, I think, is to give the athletes some time to have a break and capture some breath, because most of them will have taken part in the 200 meters, and there are those that just ran the 400 meters a while ago. There are those that did run in the 100 meters. So if you have the 3,000 meters steeplechase in between, to give them some time to get some recovery before they come onto the track. And the other events that are equally taking place today, we have the hammer throw for both men and women, that is being held at the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, which is just a few kilometers from Afraha Stadium here where we are, which is still here in Nakuru County. That is Nakuru West constituency, as well as the discus throw for both the men and the women. So in this particular meet, we will not be having the javelin throw. Looking at the Afraha Stadium, for reasons best known to me and you, the conditions of the turf, it might end up being injurious if you have the discus throw. So you can see the ladies' very nice shot there from the right side of the track. And off they go. Seems to be a delay there from athlete in lane number 5.
Estambagari, of course, facing stiff competition in this one. Is he gonna? She bolted off just about, but Estambagari, that was quite a scary moment for the national champion.
I know. I don't know. I mean, at some point she slowed down 20 meters into the race. Then towards the finish, she realized that someone else was catching up, and she checked and sprinted off. And indeed, they seem to know each other very well. Let's see the replay. Lane 5 and lane 4. The granny who was here running up there. Yeah, she was even given a medal for winning a race, though she ran alone. You can see off they go. Bagari had taken the lead, but sooner rather than later, there was stiff competition coming in on her right flank, but she realized that she was losing, and she decided to take off, and she won it easily. Perhaps she doesn't want to burn her strength, considering tomorrow there is a final. So her tactic was just to cross the line in a good position, which is position number 1.
Ferdinand Omanyala's partner, of course, Lavender, coming in third. I think she's improved from previous performance in the 100 meters, and it's something that is really encouraging. You can imagine a house of sprinters. And the brother, of course, Isaac, not in the field today, but we are in the second semi-final. Lucia Williams, of course, from South Sudan. She trains in Kenya. She knows this stuff very well, and of course she wants to prove a point, and of course the ultimate goal will be making it to Tokyo. I can see Nyambura also in lane number 2, seated on the block, just waiting for the signal. Lucia Williams with the long, unique hairstyle. She'll be running in lane number 3. Susan Nyambura in lane number 2. Just some of the athletes that will be running in the second semi-final of the 100 meters. So if you're coming, just tuning in, welcome aboard. We're live from Nakuru, Afraha Stadium, for the first time, bringing you the 4th edition of the Athletics Kenya Betika Weekend Meet. So this is it, the 100 meters. Lucia Williams in lane number 3. That is Eunice Kadogo, the former national champion in the 100 and 200 meters. Diana Hissa, also another seasonal runner. And that's the lineup for the second semi-final of the 100 meters. Who's making it through? Talked about Ferdinand Omanyala's partner Lavenda Mutavi, who finished third in the first semi-final behind Esther Mbagari and Doreen Waka of Kenya Police Service, sorry. So silence for start. It's the women 100 meters semi-final number 2. Watch out for Lucia Williams in lane number 3. And off they go nicely. And of course, it is Esther Eunice Kadogo and Lucia Williams. Eunice Kadogo just redefines, rolls back the years to win this semi-final. She has gone through a very rough patch, but this season she is up and running. For how long shall she do that? We don't know yet, but is she in form? Yes, she is. She just beat Lucia Williams in that second semi-final. Eunice Kadogo, former national champion in the 100 and 200 meters. Of course, she's just set up a perfect final tomorrow. They got off the blocks nicely, but look at the experience that Eunice had. Just after the 30-meter mark, she raised her head, ensured that she stayed on a track, focused on the finishing line, and of course Lucia Williams, coming from the inside on the left side, could not really match. And Eunice Kadogo, the former national champion, just shows why she was so dominant in the past years. And of course, right now she set the perfect mood, because everybody will be watching if it is Eunice, Esther Mbagari or Lucia Williams in the final of the 100 meters. And straight away we head to the 100 meters men semi-final.
Well, the second semi-final of the men's race, we can see a representative from the Utawala Sprints Club. There seems to be some little bit of concern with athlete in lane number 1. I don't know if there's a protest or there's a request from the athletes. Utawala Sprints Club is represented. National Police Service is represented as well. Kenya Prison Service is also represented. Coach Kirwa there, seasoned. Cynthia Chepngeno is the winner for the women's 5,000. Gladys Chepketeny came in second. One athlete seems to have been removed off this heat. Seems there was an issue. Probably he didn't register on time, or he had not shown interest in participating in this particular race. And so it will not be full house. We'll have a total of 6 athletes taking part, or rather 7 athletes taking part in the second semifinals of the 100 meters for men. They are on their blocks, waiting to take off. And off they go. Seems to be a very fast hit. Utawala Sprints Club having 3 athletes in this. Meshak Babu easily winning that one, but it seems to be a tough one. Seems to have been a tough one. It's an athlete who has fallen down. I hope and pray the injury is not as bad. We hope to get the replay of that one. And there we go. There they go, Meshak Babu of KDF, having previously run a time of 10.2. Did lead from start to finish with Steven Young of also of KDF, trailing in very closely. And already looking at the times, we have a 10.2. That was a qualifying time for the semi-final. That was Meshak Babu. We had a 10.5. That was George Njenga of National Police Service. We had other athletes who... we had Steven Young who also did a 10.4. And already we can see they are trying hard and pushing to run a sub 10.0 so that they can as well qualify for the World Athletics Championships. So now we're ready for heat number we're getting for heat number 3. Some seasoned athletes there, Ogutu, Oching. So Charles Kipkorir. We've seen athletes having taken part in 800 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, and 100 meters. Why? What do you have to say about it?
Sometimes it's all about test of strength, speed, and endurance. And I think that's why you find some athletes like Meshak Babu trying out in their 100 meters. He is a 400-meter runner, by the way, so he tries to test his speed. And now we are approaching the peak of these events, the track and field events. So this is a place where you can always want to test your speed, because you don't want to do that at the let's say the highest level. You have to try it down here, and of course ensuring that everything that you do. Everything that you do actually confines with what you wanted to do in real time, let's say in your speciality. In semi-final number 2, that is going to be restarted. Joshua Otieno in lane number 1, Richard Ogutu in lane number 2, Elkana Sabila in lane number 3, Justin Isabok in lane number 4, Kelvin Kipkorir, Charles Nyamweya, Dennis Mwai, and of course Eric Kimathi, who won heat number 1 of the 100 meters earlier on today. So we are ready for restart of the 100 meters semi-final heat number 2. So quite a tight decision there. And that's how it went. So someone's gonna go home in lane number 5. Kelvin Kipkorir will be taking yet another shower. I know there are showers of rain here this afternoon, but then Kelvin Kipkorir has been told he's not going to compete in the second semi-final after false start. And of course, we down to Joshua, Richard, Elkanah, Justin, Charles Nyamoya, Dennis Moy, and Eric Kimathi. Too much tension. Too much tension in this second semi-final. It's a rich field of athletes, so expect this kind of tension. And I bet we'll be having yet another restart, and I hope no other dismissal, as let's just check out what really happened here. Oh, lane number 4. What's going to be the decision? What will be the decision? Justin Isaboke, a very experienced runner. He went before the gun, and this is something that will be interesting. I don't know. Maybe they'll be given yet another chance. I see the track judges urging them to settle on the blocks. Justin Saboke, of course, waiting to see if he can maneuver around.
Greg, I just like the emotions that.
Just before you go, Justin Saboke gets off nicely, but then in lane number 1, it is Isaboke.
It's actually confusing midway, because you had a lane number 5 coming forward, lane number 3, lane number 4, lane number 1, and I could even see you trying to jostle and just mention and say who's at the lead and who's winning. And these athletes seem to know each other. These sprinters know each other. I know this policeman, he's a seasoned athlete over the sprints, having taken part over the years. But I foresee soon he should be climbing up the ranks of coaching.
Yes, and Justin Isaboke, of course, representing the Kenya Defence Forces. It was a seesaw because they were exchanging leads. Eric Kimathi, who won the first heat, of course, wasn't able to match his prowess in this one, so it was really hard for him. But Justin Saboke, of course, using his experience to reign supreme in the second semi-final of the 100 meters. So what's going to happen next? We await to see, because there's plenty of action coming up.
Well, indeed, the skies did open up here at the Afraha National Stadium. At the Afraha Stadium, used to the Nyayo National Stadium, so the name National seems to be at the Afraha Stadium here in Nakuru. You can see the athletes from the Utawala Sprints Club knowing what they've done, knowing what they are doing. Every time one of them takes part in a race, wins a race, they have to take a photo and document it. And big shout out to Utawala Sprints Club. Once in a while, if you find time, visit their socials and just see what these boys and girls are doing. It's an amazing stuff. Big shout out to Betika, our sponsors of the day, as we are on the road to Tokyo, as well as the World Relays in Guangzhou, China. Betika's come in handy, ensuring that the team here and each and every other personnel, the technical personnel, and every other person here taking part in each and every leg of the AK Athletics Kenya field and track meet is well catered for. We also want to thank Athletics Kenya for their professionalism, ensuring that, especially the media team and the management, ensuring that everything is also in place. And equally to the professionalism of the media team, the camera crew, the sound engineer, ensuring that you, our valued viewer, gets the images and the sounds and sights as they come live from here at the Afraha Stadium. And despite the weather here, despite the drizzles and the rain, the light showers. These guys have said they are not going to relent, and they'll ensure that they are going to be beaming the images live. Also notable, we cannot mention our colleagues from Nakuru County. The scribes have come out in large numbers to ensure that this particular meet enjoys the coverage it deserves. Notable names are Sam Okulo Nation, Bridget Ngana, Joseph Kipsang, Suleiman Batia, Francis Morithi, veteran, amongst many others who are here at the Afraha Stadium. Greg, I can see Kidake there, Grace Kidake. Perhaps this is the attire she used at the Masters. I think I have to ask her once she finishes the race, but that's a seasoned athlete in lane number 2. From the long shot there, you can see her setting her blocks and just counting the steps to ensure that once she goes to the set position, all will be well. She took part in the Masters in the United States just a few days ago. She's based the coastal town of Mombasa, so I don't think this weather is really favoring her, but then again, she has to race. She has no option. The first semi-final of the women's 400 meters race is has taken off. can see Esther Bagari, Nancy Jebet, they're on the lead. Nancy Jebet on the lead. Is it 200 meters to go? Jebet leading. She seems to have had some burnout, but indeed she's on the lead, and Mercy Chebet, Esther Bagari. The second semi-final of the women's 400 meters race is underway. There they go. Everyone is on their marks. In set position. Too much tension amongst the athletes. This is understandable, especially with the sprints. We can see the starters changing roles. Seems to be an issue there with the start gun. And they're sorting it out. The race is about. They are now almost in a set position. Set position, and there sounds the gun, and off they go. Negotiating the first corner in a style finish, seems to be a faster hit than the previous one. Every athlete very tactical. Their stature, their physique still up. The burnout has not kicked in. Mercy Okech, who has been posting faster times ever since this legs began, is on the lead, having taken a lead after 100 meters. Is going to win, and indeed it's Mercy Okech. Mercy Okech coming in. Mercy Okech is on the final stretch, and indeed she has crossed as the winner of this particular race. This is the semi-finals of the women's 400 meters. Tomorrow we'll have the finals of this race. Soon we'll have the 200 meters finals for the men. After the 400 meters women's heats. For the men's 200 meters, we have Dennis Kiprono, Benson Lekishon in heat number 1, Robinson Motende in lane number 3, Moses Wasike lane number 4, Brian Tinega, Ekwam Zablon, Elkana Sabila, and Innocent Kadima. Indeed, this is supposed to be a very fast heat. With Zablon Ekwam having posted the best qualifying time of 20.5 seconds, followed by Elkana Sabila of 20.8 seconds.
The 400 meters men semi-final number 1 is just about to begin right now. And of course, I'll be giving you the guys to watch out for in lane number 1, Nicholas Kola, Elkana Chemelil Kiprotich in lane number 3. So lane number 2 will be empty according to what I have here. Wilson Letunyei will be running in lane number 5. Erastus Mbaluka in lane number 4. Kelvin Kiprotich yet again in lane number 6. Brian Tinega and Danson Kibet Waiting to see if they'll be running in lane number 7 and 8 respectively. So Nicholas Kola, Elkana Chemilil, Erastus Mbaluka, Wilson Lentunyei, Kelvin Kiprotich, Brantinegan, Danson Kibet. And there you go, the first semi-final of the 400 meters men. Quite a rich field here. Elkana Kiprotich won his heat comfortably. Will he be able to do that? But facing stiff competition from Wilson Lentunyei. And that is Kelvin Kiprotich assuming the lead for the first time. Nicholas Kola struggling a little bit in lane number 1. But it is Wilson Lentunyei, Kelvin Kiprotich, Erastus Mbaluka. And that is Erastus Mbaluka. But then Brian Tinega just about edges. It is Kelvin Kiprotich, sorry, who storms to victory, and he'll be headed to the finals as the winner in semi-final number 1. So Erastus Mbaluka tried really hard, but then finished second in that one. Embracing the drizzles here in Nakuru. Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui winning semi-final number 1, and we headed to the second semi-final where William Ryan will be racing in lane number 3. I can see him fixing his blocks just to ensure that everything is in order before the start of the race. David Sanayek will be running in lane number 4. Eric Kimathi, who just ran the 100 meters. I'm not sure if he's going to take part in this one because the 100 meters was so energy sapping. Nathaniel Kipngetich in lane number 6, Alan Kipyegon and Moitalel Mpoke. So in lane number 5, it is Eric Kimathi. I'm not sure if it is Eric Kimathi or he's being replaced by someone else. So it's really interesting. 4 athletes in this one. Alan Kipyego and Moitalel Mpoke, Nathaniel Kipngetich and Sayanek in this one. Of course, Cyanek running from lane number 4. Alan Kipiego trying really hard. Of course, we know him. Cyanek really struggling in this one. I don't know what might have gone into him, but then he responds in a very, very spectacular fashion. Cyanek, he knows how to take that bend nicely, and now he is in the lead. Nathaniel Kipngetich trying really hard. Kelvin Kipiegon, Alan Kipiegon trying so hard, but then it will be Cyanek, of course. I really expected him to perform this. To perform really well, and he has. After a few blips, he decided to take matters into his own hands, and of course, winning the second semi-final of the 400 meters. Quite a scare for this man who has always dominated the 400 meters.
Poki was actually looking for a faster time. I think to him it was not about winning; it was about posting a good time so that he sails through to the finals. And indeed, I'm sure all factors held constant. That is now a reality. Soon we'll have 3,000 meters steeplechase. There are some showers here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. So we expect some sliding perhaps for the non-experienced athletes at the water hole. We just expect some drama there. And that is the point where you'll find most of the photographers jostling there for space because they know that is where they'll get the best shot. They say in a photography class, grab action shots first. And indeed, that is where you'll get the action that is required. I mean, you wouldn't cover a steeplechase race without showing the photo of the water hole. Indeed, we're coming to you live courtesy of Athletics Kenya and our valued sponsor, that is Betika, and partner, that is ADAC, the anti-doping agency of Kenya. From the Afraha Stadium, this is the fourth leg of the Athletics Kenya Betika track and field meet. Remember, most of the athletes that are here, we're talking of over 1,200 athletes that registered for this particular meet, are here for various and major reasons. Others are here to book a slot for the World Relays that will be held in Guangzhou, China, in the month of May. Others are here also for the World Championships that will be held in Tokyo, Japan. So there is a lot of significance also to this track that has a lot of rich cultural heritage and historic background to the locals and to the residents of the South and the Central Rift, the iconic Afraha Stadium, having played host to notable events, notable leaders, notable sporting events, both in athletics and other discipline events. It is also considered in athletic circle one of the fastest turfs, one of the fastest facilities. So that also explains why athletes came here in droves and in large numbers. I'll give an example, like in the sprints, we had over 230 athletes registering for the sprint races, which indeed is a record high ever since this season began. That is a 3,000 meter steeplechase women's race. Remember, so this is the first heat. We had a total of slightly over 20 athletes are registering for the event. That is the first water point that the athletes have managed to go through. The crowds and the cheers indicate what is happening at the water hole. The athletes that decide not to go up, they decide to climb, literally climb, like they're climbing the stairs. There they go on their second lap. Seems to be a rather slow heat, but every athlete has their own tactic. Perhaps towards the final laps, we shall see the athletes dashing and also increasing the speed. You can see fans peeping through the fence, others peeping from the balconies of the houses, or rather the flats that are here near this Afraha stadium. In this particular heat, we have 17 athletes. We have Joyce Mining, Betsy Jemchor, Sharon Chepkemoi, Faith Cherotich, Anastasia Chepto, Faith Kiprop, Winyo Chepetek, Diana Chepkemoi, Jen Jerop, Dorothy Kimutai, Faith Chepkemoi, Judy Chepkowech, Celestine Biwot, Joyce Biwot, Mercy Wanjiro, Mercy Kiprotich, and Ronis Chelagat. Some names they are very mouthful, others are similar. Lots of similarities when it comes to the surnames and also the English names. Well, Celestine Biwott seems to be on the lead in bib number 1076. Slowly opening the gap with his with her closest competitor, rather contender. Everyone has their own technique of jumping the hurdle. Others prefer going with the legs spread out. Others prefer jumping it from the side. This is the shots that most people have been waiting for. The water hole. Others prefer jumping on the side to reduce the distance. Others prefer jumping in straight. Others step on the hurdle and into the water hole. But in case when the temperatures are high, it gives a cooling effect to the body. And for the women's, we've had Kenya dominating the world stage. We have Beatrice Chepkoech clocking a time of 8 minutes 44.32 seconds. That was in 2018 at the Diamond League, where she won a gold medal. For the Olympic champion, we have Winfred Yavi, who's running for Bahrain. And I remember even during the Olympics, it was a shocker seeing her coming from behind and winning it as an underdog as well. On to the last lap of the race. That is Diana Chepkemoi. Who's also trying to come up to the leading pack. Diana Chepkemoi is I remember she took part in the 2024 World Under 20 in Lima, Peru, clocking a time of 9 minutes 29.84 seconds. And she seems to be sprinting towards the finish. She almost slipped there. Indeed, she has won the race. It was very easy for her.
Diana Chepkemoi, of course, World Under 20 Championship. She participated in Lima, Peru, winning bronze, and of course she's reigned supreme here in Nakuru. And of course we were talking to her earlier on this year, and she expressed her ambition to break the 3,000 meter steeplechase world record, and this is just the perfect way. I can see her posing for the photos. Diana Chepkemoi, of course, she wants to break the record held by Beatrice Chepkoech of 8 minutes 44.32 seconds set in 2018. And of course Diana Chepkemoi is now a household name in the steeplechase. Of course, in last year during the National Olympic trial, she finished fourth in the women's steeplechase in a time of 9 minutes 44.50, narrowly missing out for a spot at the Olympics. And of course she is one of those athletes we'll be looking forward to. Of course, right now she is the winner of this fourth Athletics Kenya and Betika weekend meet here at Afraha Stadium. So Diana Chepkemoi, of course, winning that one just ahead of Nancy Biwott, who came in second. So that is the first of, I'm told there'll be another semi-final, another final. We'll be waiting to see if that is going to happen. But of course, the 3,000 Mr. Steeplechase. Of course, the Kenyans want to wrestle from the Bahrainian Yavi Mutile, who is the current Olympic and world champion in the distance. So many things are going to happen this year. Will they happen in the favor of Kenyans or otherwise? We'll wait to see. Of course, heading into the last races on day one of this amazing fourth Athletics Kenya weekend meet. Of course, having track and field events here, and of course a couple of results coming through. In the 100 meters, the finalists, the list is here in the women finals, which will happen tomorrow. In lane number 1, you'll have Yvonne Mwangala of Kenya Prison Service. We'll have Lucia Williams of South Sudan, who qualified in a time of 12.0 seconds. Doreen Waka, who was neck to neck with Esther Mbagari in that semi-final. She will be running in lane number 3 with Esther Mbagari running in lane number 4. Eunice Kadogo will be running in lane number 5. I can't wait for this race. Lavenda Amutavi in lane number 6, Mary Sophia in lane number 7, and of course Brenda Matsitsa will be running in lane number 8. And of course a couple of interviews lined up, and Charity is on the other side. Charity, if you can hear us, please take it away. Beautiful scenes there of the Afraha Stadium host for the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika track and field weekend meet. And of course, we've been here since morning, bringing you each and every piece of action. And we're running into the last moments of the day. And of course, we'll be waiting to see which other event is coming up. It's been a long day of athletics, of course, an enjoyable one. And for the first time here in Nakuru, we brought it live, courtesy of Athletics Kenya. And of course, the production crew that has made sure that everything that is happening here happens in a very smooth way. Despite the weather challenges, it's been a very big one. So we are waiting to see if there is any other race coming up, because the program was quite jumbled up in the morning, got straight later on, but then we are here waiting to see what next. But all the signs are like maybe we are waiting for 1 or 2 more events before wrapping up the day. Just ended Diana Chepkemoi winning the 3,000 meter steeplechase, of course, missing out in the Olympics, and she wants to ensure that she goes all the way to the World Athletics Championships that will be happening in August in Tokyo, Japan. So we are waiting to see if we'll have any other event coming up. And of course, Charity, of course, has lined up a couple of interviews. Diana Chepkemoi, of course, the first of the athletes that will be in focus. And I'll be handing you over to Charity to speak to Diana Chepkemoi.
Who is the 3,000 meter steeplechase winner, who is Diana Chepkemoi from Meet camp, and she trains under coach Paul Kimei. Diana, race yako imekuwa vipi leo?
Race ya leo haikuwa mbaya, lakini nilivumilia. Mvua ndio ilitusumbua, lakini Mungu ni mengi. Yeah.
Barrier zote sasa umeweza ku clear, una feel comfortable ku clear zote?
Niko comfortable, lakini bacha bado niende ni train vizuri. Ndio niweze niruke haraka. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Diana Chepkemoi. She is saying that she's now feeling comfortable and she's happy that she's been able to clear all the barriers despite the weather conditions that were happening today. Over to you, Victor and Mlemi, as we continue with the next race.
Indeed, it has been a very eventful and colorful day here at the iconic Afraha Stadium with a newly built tartan track here in Nakuru, the capital of Nakuru City. Very enthusiastic faces here, mixed reactions from what the athletes have done from the various disciplines and their affiliates from the Kenya Defence Forces, National Police Service, from the universities and the new entrants NYS and the unattached athletes. And indeed, from us, we look forward to another eventful day tomorrow. And despite the chills, I hand over to you, Greg, to close it.
Beautiful day here in Nakuru City at the Afraha Stadium, and of course beautiful images there courtesy of Athletics Kenya TV. You can see the beautiful city, beautiful town, beautiful everything in Nakuru is always beautiful, and of course we'll be looking forward to see what happens tomorrow on the final day of the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika Field and Track Weekend Meet. We'll be here to see every event unfold. For those who tuned in since morning, it's been grateful. It's not always happening this way, but of course you've given us your ear, you've given us your eyes, and of course you've given us your time using your data and everything. Beautiful, and of course I can always say thank you very much. See you tomorrow, same place, same time, in the last day of the 4th Athletics Kenya and Betika Weekend Meet here in Nakuru.